Hello, happy Friday, everyone. I hope everyone is doing good and has had a good week. Let me say hello first. Hello, Skip. Congrats on first. I hope you're recovering well. Hello, Rising. Hello, Panis. Also, thank you for the 7-month sub, Panis. Hello, Sago. Hello, Blood. Hello, Nue. Hello, Taylo. Hello, Miggles. Hello, Uni. Hello, Trace. Hello, Irom. Hello, Austin. Hello, Amadis. Hello, Fita. Hello, Ayo. And I think I got everyone now. Hello. Happy Friday. It is me. It is spooky. That's crazy. Right off the bat, I apologize if I sound like I am in a, I wouldn't say bad mood, but I am in a less than optimal mood because I had to see some things that were very upsetting today, which is why I also have to make an announcement. The people cannot just join the Discord server that easily anymore. Reason being that a friend of mine had some really weird bot activity in their Discord server, and I had to see some really upsetting content, and I'm like, nope, that's never gonna happen ever again. I'm never gonna have to see something like that again, hopefully, and hopefully no one else. So I tried my best to make the Discord server as secure as possible. So people will have to request an invite through redeems. And they will also have to fill out a little form, which just means that they have to input their Twitch username so that I can confirm that it's the actual same person. And I also made a honeypot channel, so if anyone, like a bot decides to type something in that channel, they'll get banned immediately, hopefully. So that's the best that I can do as of right now, but I'm trying to never have to see something like that again. I had to force myself to stream, but I think this will be a nice distraction. It is all good though. It was very unpleasant, but it is okay. I just wanted to make sure that hopefully never ever happens in that specific server. And if it does, oh well, I guess I'll just have to nuke the whole server. I don't know, I'd rather not have a Discord server than have something like that happen, but I also just don't want to delete the whole server for potential risks. So, I don't know. I'll try to make it as secure as possible for the time being. Not that, my server is at the size where that stuff can easily happen, but, I better be safe than sorry. Also, thank you for the 70 stream streak, Panis. Proactive precautions for the best. Yes, exactly. That's what I was thinking, and that's why I'm trying to make it the best that I could. Also, hello, Latai. And hello, Blood. That channel tempts me. I was worried that someone was gonna be like, oh, you're telling me not to write it here. I guess I'll write in the honeypot channel, and don't do that unless you want to get banned. But yeah, I hope that will also take care of when people that are already on the server get hacked or something and have a bot connected with their account that, that'll also be caught through that. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. The first thing that I hope for is that that'll never happen ever, but you can set up so that when people join, you have to allow them in first. I think that's what I did. I did the whole, let me see, apply to join. So people must submit an application, which just means in this case, I think Skip also has it set up this way that they have to input their username or say how they found Skip or why they want to join, something like that. And then they have to also be approved. So there's a lot of levels of protection now. Maybe the whole, you have to redeem to request the server access is a little bit too much on top of that, but I don't know. for the time being, I was kind of, I don't know. I didn't care about people not joining if it means that is safer. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like an actual door. If it happens, you can ban the person and it gives you an option to clear their chat history. Yeah. I think the person whose server that happened on, they were kind of deleting everything one by one, and I can't even imagine that. The stuff that they had to see was kind of not good. I felt really bad for them. Post sexy art of Genso on Honeypot. Yeah, I set it up so that the bot will keep the channel active, so they'll send a message in there every day and like automatically delete it so that the channel doesn't, you know, go invisible, because I think Discord automatically does that to channels if they don't get used within a specific time frame. So yeah, I hope that that doesn't confuse anyone, and I hope that it doesn't give anyone annoying pings. You can just mute the channel, yeah, I think. Also, hello, Vistful. Twitch recommended me to you because I love Ryukishio 7. That's nice. That was worded weird. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm glad that you found me then. Yeah, I recently played through Higurashi, so, you know, now we're playing or reading Umineko, and it's really fun so far. I've been really enjoying it. Yes, I'm sorry for starting the stream with something so serious. I'm so sorry. I apologize. But I wanted to mention it just so that no one is confused or anything. I actually don't have anything else to talk about. I finished the amazing digital circus, well, up to the 3 episodes that are on YouTube anyway. And I will watch the movie tomorrow at 10 a.m., which is kind of a crazy time to go see a movie, and they don't even have popcorn that you can buy during that time frame, so it's kind of weird going to the cinema that early in the morning, but you know, we do what we must to watch one singular episode of the amazing digital circus. Entire YouTube archive of her full playthrough of Higurashi. You know, that might not even be fully true. I think that in the beginning, since I was so bad at uploading VODs, there might be some Higurashi stuff missing, actually. So I wouldn't fully trust that. I don't know. I know that there's some Silent Hill stuff missing. There's also other stuff missing. I don't know if Higurashi also falls into that. There's a lot of things missing because I may or may not have fucked up. Kind of forgot about the show's title, so I thought, oh, Spooky must really think it's amazing. It is amazing, but also, yeah, that's just the name. Yeah, I also hope it's good. I didn't know that the movie included episode 8, so I already watched it, but yeah, it includes episode 8, so I think it'll also just be fun to rewatch it on big screen. Yeah, they don't serve popcorn, or you can't pre-order it anyway, so maybe you can buy it when you're there, but I have to check that. And if they don't, I always just bring a bag anyway, so I'll just, you know, bring a drink and maybe some snacks just in case, because I'm not going to the theaters without a snack. I don't know if I can bring popcorn. I don't know how I would do that without bringing like the... Oh, I guess there's like bags of popcorn that you can bring, but they're kind of pre-made. They don't taste as good. Yeah, cinema without popcorn is so wrong. They also, I don't know if they would sell maybe like nachos. That cinema also has like nachos, but I don't know. I never found them to be worth it. They're super overpriced usually. They never check the bags, so I can just bring whatever snacks I want. Also, hello, Lark. Welcome in. Popcorn needs Flavacol? What? What is that? The supermarket next to my local cinema sells whole-ass stylized popcorn buckets. But does that cinema allow you to bring the popcorn in? I mean, I guess if you have a bag big enough, you can just sneak anything in, but still. It's not illegal to bring food into a theater anyway, right? I actually think I used to have to like let them look into my bag when going to the cinema, but I don't know if that was for like security reasons or if that was for checking that you had food and stuff, but I think it's actually not allowed. But I don't know if it's like something... It's not illegal per se, but I think they can just kick you out for it. Which, you know, they can kick you out for anything that they don't like you doing, so... You could also just look the wrong way and they'd be like, get the fuck out of here. There was a few times I had to clean a theater of complete fast food meals thinking, how did that even fit in your bag? Yeah, people are creative. I always feel bad for, you know, theater staff because I see so many people like drop half their buckets of popcorn on the ground and stuff. I had that happen to me actually, where I went with a friend of mine and she, I don't know, I think she got like scared or something and she knocked the whole bucket. It was a huge jumbo bucket of popcorn onto the ground and I was like, fuck. We tried to like pick up most of it, but I still felt so bad for the staff. That was so bad. Flavorful is the butter salt they use in cinemas. Oh, I didn't know that had like an actual name. But yeah, cinema popcorn is like the best one. I actually found like one specific brand of popcorn that, I don't know, it was a weird brand. It had like the American flag and whatever on it. But it had like butter flavor and it was so good. It was like better than cinema popcorn. It was fantastic. No outside food or drink, but none of the staff care. You don't even need a bag. Huh. I never tried it after, you know, they used to check my bag, but now they don't check my bag anymore, so. But yeah. Hello, Lalo, welcome in. Dropped a packet of M&Ms once, oh no. The kids' movies in the summer were always the worst. I remember the first Sonic movie was especially bad. I can imagine. I mean, kids are messy by nature, so that would not be good. You could hear them roll down for several minutes. Oh, that does hurt to just imagine. Does Germany have their own Kino popcorn? I mean, every cinema has like different popcorn. I don't know if they all get it from the same place and just prepare it differently, but there are some that are better than others. Like the one that I've been recently going to, the quality is like way different to the one in my hometown, for example. The one in my hometown tastes kind of bad and really cheap, and I feel like just getting microwavable popcorn is better, and it might be more comparable to like supermarket popcorn ready-made. But the one that I've been recently getting is so good. Like we usually get it mixed and it's like caramelized, and the salty one is just like the right amount of salty and not too like oily and whatnot. It's perfect. But yeah, usually it's not super buttery here in Germany. I don't think it's like comparable to, I don't know, the US, where I think they have like butter flavor or butter as an option. I don't know. But yeah, they do sell like American popcorn that you can just pop into the microwave, and that usually has butter or like, I don't know, more oil to make it taste buttery, butter extract, whatever. It might not even be real butter, but it tastes pretty good. I wish they also like use it in the cinema, but not the ones that I've gone to. They don't have that. Anyway, I forgot when the last time I streamed was. I think it was... Did I stream on Monday? No, wait, what day is today? Friday. So I streamed on Wednesday? I think this week was a 3-day stream week? Yeah, I think so. I streamed Super Paper Mario. That feels like 2,000 years ago. Anyway, I don't know what happened since then. Things happened, probably. I didn't really do anything. I've been working. I've been going back to work, and it's exhausting, let me tell ya. I want to sleep all day long, but we have to endure. We have to make money, unfortunately. Cheddar cheese popcorn enjoyer? That exists? Sunday too, yeah. Flavored salt and butter, flavored oil it's made with. They had a lot of popcorn powders too, and I always try. Popcorn powder? Why did I read that? Flavor powder. Like cheese and stuff? Hello, Noel. Super paper guy. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, that's it. I didn't play anything. I didn't do anything. I was like locked in on finishing the amazing digital shortcuts. Yeah. And that's all I did. On the topic of cinemas, it's interesting seeing the difference in European and American vocabulary because we always just say movie theater here. Yeah, I've been switching between theater and cinema, and I don't know. I don't know what I like more. I feel like since we have, like, theater is its own thing, I think even in English, so like, I don't know, movie theater is so long. I would rather just say cinema. Also, it's like the meme. Absolute cinema? That makes it kind of funnier. I could also just say kino the whole time. Like cheddar popcorn, I like the tins that have mixed cheddar caramel and regular popcorn. I've never tried it, so I can't judge it, but mixed sounds crazy. That sounds a little crazy. There's a thing called zebra popcorn, which is popcorn with white and dark chocolate. Interesting. I've always just had, like, sweet and salty. That's all. I don't think German cinemas have crazy popcorn flavors. Kino! Kinzo! Anyway, I'm gonna stop yapping because my throat has been feeling not so good. So let's switch to the game. Whoop. Whoop. I actually set up like little shortcuts now. That's crazy. I'm using the full extent of my Stream Deck. Okay. I wish that I could like hold my book while in this little window, but I'd have to make myself very small so that it doesn't like, I guess this works, but I'm so small still, and like the slightest movement will make my hand go like out of the frame. What if I just make myself like this? How do you feel about this? Does this feel good? Hello, guys! This is so stupid. This is actually kind of fun. You can see my whole model, and it's not even annoying. Wait, I can make it better even like this. Isn't that so crazy? This is pretty good. Kinzo flavor is what you get when you cook your popcorn too long. Do you think it's like absinthe flavored? That'd be kind of silly. Those gross kids lunches. No, that's like sweet. It's like caramel popcorn, I guess. Small. Tiny. Kettle corn popcorn. I don't know what that is. Never heard that. Rare bottom half of spooky moment. That's crazy. I can also, hold on, I can also stream like this. How do you feel about reverse spooky? This better? I look like a bouquet of flowers. Look at that, guys. I'm presenting you flowers. There's actual flowers here. Oh, they sway in the wind too. That's crazy. This is so beautiful. Yeah, you're welcome. Enjoy the flowers. This is just for you. I went to buy them at the flower store just for you. Points at you aggressively. Let's not do that. Ditto era. Yeah, it became a bunch of flowers. Violets. Aren't these roses? I don't know what violets look like, but these are, okay, I'm like fully bugging out of this, but these are roses. And because like, you know, there's also like the thorns and stuff on my sleeves and on my dress. No violets here. Let me open the game. Also adjust the game volume. I forgot what I usually set it to. I think this. I'm ready for more traumatizing events in Umineko. I'm bugging out. Help! Violets also have thorns. Huh. It's okay, Latai. I don't even know what violets look like. Hold on. Violets, flowers. I mean, you know, I'll let it slide. Yeah, these could also be violets. I didn't know they have thorns. I don't see it on the pictures either. I will just trust Lalo. I don't know. Sure, these are also violets. They can be anything you want them to be. Anyway, I'm trying to... Oh, no, this is not spoilers, right? Yeah, because I was like going through the chapter earlier, to like position my character because I was like, oh, maybe I can, you know, step out of this little window, but it didn't work. Anyway, I think last time we played, a lot of things happened. We found Eva and Hideyoshi dead in their rooms. They were stabbed with a sort of spear, ice pickle thing. Not an ice pickle, but ice pickle shaped weapons with like demonic stuff on them, or like witchy stuff on them, occult stuff on them. And then we found Kinzo being burned in the incinerator. We found out Kinzo has 6 toes on each foot, which is kind of interesting. And Kanon also died. I did not need to remember that. Boyo died. Yeah, it's like the most important stuff that happened. Oh yeah, and we also had a scene of Batara chasing the culprit, or chasing something. I don't know. Since Kanon got killed by butterflies, we don't really know what the fuck happened. Oh, hello, Costco. I don't know. Do you like me calling you Costco? I don't want to... You're not the brand Costco, right? I can also say, Costco. It's so difficult. I'm sorry. Yeah, the room was fully locked for Eva and Hideyoshi. They were locked in their little room in the mansion. They had the chain lock on the door. The door itself was also locked, and then they were nowhere near the door. Eva got killed on the bed, facing upwards, just, I don't know, laying there. And Hideyoshi was killed in the bathtub. Probably while taking a shower. I'm cursed to never leave my square. Yeah, this is where I live now. Yeah, we had a heavy body count. That was not good. It was not a good time. Surely people will stop dying, right? Yeah, for sure. I'm still, like, I was thinking about it just yesterday, but I'm still so confused as to why we're skipping, like, the individual days, why people are getting killed so fast. Oh yeah, Kinzo also had, like, that ice pickle thing in his head, just like Eva and Hideyoshi. I still don't understand the whole shall tear apart the two who are close, because that didn't really happen unless, you know, us opening the door was a trigger for them dying. But then anyway, you had Kinzo die, as described here. The chest was Kanon. We didn't have the whole praise my noble name thing. I don't know. We're skipping the days. We're going through this way faster than I initially thought, and I would like an explanation. Costco is fine. Okay. Sure, it wasn't on, was it? I think it was still on. The water was still running. Who's that on the bottom right? You mean... Umi Spooky? You mean this guy? It's Ushinomiya Spooky. What do you mean? You don't know her? I reckon you could say Batara and Natsuhi tore Eva apart in their argument. I guess so, but it says that they tore the two apart, and Hideyoshi wasn't really part of that. I mean, I guess they got some, like, backlash on their arguments against Natsuhi. I guess you could say that. I guess we could make that argument. Anyway, and I think after we had a little moment of despair, Batara had his little monologue going on in his brain. Anyway, how far in the past was it that Kirie-san taught me about the chessboard thinking? That concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. By the way, Kirie-san was Dad's coworker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. I thought he just recently learned about the whole turning the chessboard around thing. Hello, Flufo, welcome in. Despair, you say? Yeah, we're already spinning. Didn't Kiria-san tell me something once? This music is already so good. I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful, and it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much.
チェス盤思考ってのはね、
Chessboard thinking
昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。
is my own interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book long ago.
とても面白い学問だから、バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみるといいわよ。
It's a very interesting subject, so you should tackle it yourself when you get into into college, Batora-kun. You think Matt Pat wrote that book? Game theory.
ぜひやってみたいっす。
I really want to try it.
それを勉強してチェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたらどんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないですか。
If I could study and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be fun to be able to read into any opponent's moves, wouldn't it?
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。
That face is so good. It kind of looks like even the text box is black and white. That kind of looks like the face that okay. Well, this is not good. The face that Rudolph would sometimes make. Well, he doesn't have a face anymore that I could show you, but he used to make a similar like expression. But you can't believe in it blindly.
ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。
Game theory is a very deep and complicated
チェ
subject.
ス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。
Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of game theory.
バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。
In order to thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you're imagining, you need to study your opponent.
しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。
Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't
便
perfect.
利ではあっても弱点が多い。
It has many weak points despite its convenience. Break time! I'm gonna miss most of Umineko Friday. No, that's okay. There's gonna be a VOD. Don't worry about it.
弱点
Weak points.
ええ、
Yes,
チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。
chessboard thinking is founded upon game theory.
ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。
When you thoroughly investigate game theory, it boils down to math.
数学の弱点は何か知ってる？
Do you know what the weak point of math is? A dumb person? Me?
ノイズよ。
It's noise. In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, that process will always result in 1 plus 1 equals 2, no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they could reach the same conclusions, whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り。
But doesn't math also have like theories and concepts that may change over time as more proof comes out and stuff like that? I don't know.
人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。
That's right. Events in the world of humans are normally full of noise.
人の感情だってそうでしょ？
Aren't human emotions that way?
全く同じことが起こったからといって人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。
Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee that humans will always act in a predictable fashion.
それを数学の理論で当てはめ相手の行動を読もうとする時点で
The moment we try to use a math-based theory to predict someone's
す
actions,
でに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。
we must be aware that our theory has built-in weaknesses and limits.
手っ取り早く言うとチェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ そして誤解、認識ミスに非常に弱いの。
Simply put, chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, as well as mistakes or incorrect knowledge. Hello, Nayud, welcome in. For math, conjectures can be proven false, or maybe someone finds a flaw in a proof, so kinda? Yeah, I feel like it doesn't have as much noise as like the examples that she provided, but it's not perfect either. That's right, Kirya-san definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use? In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish, useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind the case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? Very deep thinking. Very, very hard. I don't know, man. I feel like he's overthinking it. There's nothing else that you can really do, realistically thinking. You have the information that you currently have, and you can, you know, make theories based on that, but you really can't do anything more. So I guess in the end, it really is useless to think about it anymore. Also, hello, Klaus, welcome in. Logic greatest enemy, someone being silly Willy. This must be like the first dude who got hit with a... Oh, passant, what's that? If Kirya-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much sharper thinking ability. Don't put yourself down, Batara. Until the very last moment, Jeshka resisted moving into grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsuhi persisted, and we decided to move there. Oh yeah, I forgot. They wanted to move in there because, you know, they assume that it's currently the safest place to be in, due to there only being 2 keys, which they have. But also it's not 100% safe, since there might be some way that the culprit may be able to enter. It's a chess move. Moving a pawn in a way you normally wouldn't be allowed to. Huh, interesting. I don't know anything about it. Maybe I should have learned chess rules and the strategies to read Umineko. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of Joji and Niki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. That is actually a good point. I would have just eaten it because I would have been hungry. Yeah, unfortunately chess has more to it than just spinning the chessboard round and round and round and round. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly, that would allow even a single person to carry out a murder of 6 large adults. I mean, I guess it could have been. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Natsuhi's rifle. And this was very good for our emotional stability. How does he... Oh god, everything is red. I mean, it could only be a single culprit, but it could also just be multiple people, different people. It might just be all kinds of different people killing the Ushinomiyas. I don't know. There might not only be one single culprit. I don't like this statement. Also, I don't know. If it really is like a supernatural being, like a witch or something, I don't think they're super afraid of rifles. Maria did it. I can't believe it. The 9-year-olds, get them out of here. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then Kumasawa-san made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. I wonder what she prepared. I would have liked to know. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsuhi, who was in the lead, rarely stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had warned us beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。
I see. This kind of stench probably would give you a headache if you were shut in with it for a whole night. I mean, Kinzo's room, I think, has a balcony or at least a window, so I would just open that for forever. But I guess for security reasons, they wouldn't want to leave it open, but still, I don't know. That would drive people crazy. Maria said Beatrice has like 100 demons working for her, so that's much more than just one. Yeah, there's a possibility that it's just like any possible demon. I think Maria even mentioned like specific demons that could have done specific murders, so. Yeah, you're right, the typhoon, also not a good idea. I wonder like how much absinthe that guy must consume for the area around his room to also have that scent. That's crazy.
今更ながら、じい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
I know it's a little late, but I'm with Jeshka. I vote against going into grandfather's study. It felt like the stench was floating up from this magnificent door. Also, wow, those handles are beautiful. What am I looking at? Is that a scorpion? Huh. Didn't Natsuhi have like or some of them, all of them? I don't remember who exactly got one, but they got like a scorpion charm from Maria, no? So, yeah, exactly. So maybe Kinzo has them to like ward off any evil too. Not that it really helped him unless he got attacked outside of his room, but guessing from this, I'd say that he probably got attacked outside of it if we assume this would work as well. Natsuhi and Batara both, I think. Yeah, Natsuhi, Batara... I don't know if Joji also got one. I don't remember. And also Shannon. Wasn't she also there when they were doing that? Or did she already leave at that point? I don't remember. But a few of them got them. It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. It was the door to the forbidden study which should defend against any who would enter. While Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest. Of course she would.
すごいドア。
Incredible door.
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな。いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
It looks old and strict and like it'd stop any jokes cold. A perfect door for grandfather's study.
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強く込められている。
The power to ward off spiritual menaces is strong
多
here.
分ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
Beatrice probably couldn't open this door.
お？それどういうことだよ。
Oh, what does that mean? What is that in the middle, I wonder? Also, there's the scorpion and then there's like things next to the scorpion. I don't know what that is. Looks like, I don't know, clouds, sprouts. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Shugoi door. Yeah, that's a wheel, but why a wheel? And then like, what's this stuff? What is this? That's not a leg, that's something else. And like this. Very intriguing. Maybe these are legs, but very weird looking legs. I don't know how many legs scorpions have, but I would have said that they have 8, 4 on each side, and then I don't know what this is. Maybe it's just like decoration. Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion crest No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. Oh. That is not what it looks like. 6 legs and 2 claws, I think. They're arachnids. Ah, I didn't know that about scorpions. That design, that's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? Okay, so just those two?
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。
The 5th magic circle of Mars is a strong word against magic.
しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて、力がよく満ちている。
Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power.
魔の者であるベアトリーチェにとって、この魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice.
それは心強いじゃねえか。
So if his door is this heavily secured, I'm assuming the window will be equally as secured, right? Is his lock upside down? I did not pay attention. We'll get to see it again. Isn't that comforting?
この部屋ならベアトリーチェのマッシュから逃げられるってことだろ。
Are you saying we can escape even Beatrice's clutches in this room?
うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
Our little witch here sure is reliable.
なら、ベアトリーチェはどうやって中のおじい様を？
Then how did Beatrice get grandfather out?
バトラが推理した通りだよ。
Just as Batra reasoned.
ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。
Beatrice can't go inside.
でも彼女には魔法があるし、使い魔だっている。
However, she has both magic and familiars.
それらを使って、おじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
Using them, she might have been able to get grandfather to leave the study of his own accord.
ああ、漫画で読んだな。
Ah, I've read about that in a manga. I mean, I guess they have to be careful not to be like lured out, and if they have to leave, they should leave in groups, which I'm assuming wouldn't stop Beato from just killing them, but still. The red full screen stuff is in the original game, but the lock is PS3. Oh, okay, so the little blood thing is what would have been drawn on in the original style? A demon knocks on the door saying absinthe delivery might have been enough. Yeah, just a demon pretending to be Genji bringing some new, fresh absinthe.
吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど。
I've seen a bunch of scenes where vampires were frightened of crosses, so they couldn't get close.
使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで、使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
But the familiars were just fine, so they made their familiars attack.
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りも、この火星の5の魔法陣だよ。
Those scorpion keychain charms I gave you yesterday also had the 5th magic circle of Mars on
込
them.
められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。
The power dwelling within them was weak, but they should be enough to protect you until we leave the island. Do they have to put it on the doors, or can they just carry it on them?
なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
Although, it sounds like you've lost yours, right? Silly, silly Batra.
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り。
Scorpion keychain charms.
ああ、その
Yeah,
昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだったんだよ。
the charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria.
ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなってあの時は思って。
I heard it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob, and at the time I thought maybe it'd be better if you had it. Foreshadowing.
そうでしたか。
Editsu never lose them? Well, I don't know how to tell you this, but at some point it would leave your body. Is that
ジ
so?
ェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っていました。
I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around.
夏日おばさんがあれを
Aunt Natsuhi put that
ドアノブに
on her doorknob?
ええ、
Yes.
夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
Last night, after hearing about it from Jeshka, I hung it from the doorknob from inside, on the inside of my door.
なら夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。
Then, Aunt Natsuhi, you're really fortunate.
そうだったなら夕べベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。
If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay a finger on you yesterday.
ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed. Yeah, and then she hit fucking Shannon. Braces? Yeah. I think that'd be good. That'd be good. Good enough. Beatrice, annoyed. Couldn't lay one finger? Natsuhi thought back on that eerie scribble she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch, who called herself Beatrice, tried to enter through the door to Natsuhi's own room? But the magic-repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it? God, that is... That's so gross to think about. I hate that. I hate that thought. Ugh. I don't like it. I don't like the whole like scratching at things that Ryukishi puts in his goddamn games. Stop it. It reminds me of like the whole scratching your throat or your neck open, and it's like it's giving me full body ick. Ugh. Quit it. Don't talk about that. Witches don't exist. The culprit does. And they're a human just like us. If you need proof, why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red? The culprit? Who would have lived if it wasn't for the charm, Goda or Shannon? I'm assuming Shannon would have probably lived. I don't think Shannon would have gone after the butterflies, but she probably just, yeah, you know, caught a stray after she couldn't get to Natsuhi. My assumption. Shannon probably, in my opinion, keep the young around because they'll believe in Beatrice easier, maybe? Maybe? Damn it, how could you do that to Kanon-kun? She seems really distraught about Kanon. I wonder if she, like, had some sort of connection to him. Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. Oh yeah, the lock is upside down. That's so weird. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. There's a whole, like, knight armor in the room. It's really buff, too. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. There's, like, a picture here. I wonder what type of... Or there's multiple, even. Who are these people? Maybe Beato and her familiars? Probably is not his family. The doorknobs look fancy. I want them. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters. That's a really funny thing to say, actually. Just a room filled with Beato posters. I could see it. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. I wonder what kind of medicine he gets. Kinzo Takimakura collection. But it's all just Beato. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. Someone is gonna die in here tonight. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. This fourth door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. I'm gonna predict that Jeshka's gonna die. I hope not, but that's my prediction. The deluxe edition of all anime DVDs came with ducky covers, like 13 of them in total. For all the characters? Or like most of them anyway? Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in this case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet/bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. This study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sounds of the rain until tomorrow morning. I mean, technically they could just bring the TV upstairs. Most of the girls, why am I not surprised? Back then things came with merch. Those were good times. Honestly, I miss those times. Now you have to buy like specific special editions of like movies and whatnot to get extra stuff with it, or like even games. I used to like buy games physically and get like little goodies when I went to buy it without getting like a special edition or anything. I wouldn't know what to do with so many dakimakiras, but the fact that they added them is cool as fuck. Same. Honestly, I'd probably just use the one of my favorite. But it's still cool to have the option. Yeah, I think it could be a fun gift if it's not like too weird. It's funny Natsu and Eva shared a daki instead of getting one each. What? That is actually insane. That is so good. Ducky art was in the DVD cover. You couldn't even be stealth about it. Man, I want that now. That sounds so good. Dr. Nanja looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves. The last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end was never completed.
Kinzo-san, やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。
Kinzo-san, it seems we weren't able to see this match through after all. This room is so weird. Like, what is this? What is this hole in the wall?
南條先生。わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。
I was Kinzo-san's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him.
金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの狂気にとらわれた金蔵さんの二人が同居していたように思う。
I believe 2 Kinzos existed, a wise one and one trapped by some madness.
わしは金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
I never understood anything about him. I mean, the guy is crazy.
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
Especially when it came to Beatrice-sama, it would seem like his personality changed. In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. Of course he has one in his room too. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we'd brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her.
そうだ。
That's right.
母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾ったんでしょ？
Mom, you picked up the culprit's letter in Aunt Eva's room, right? I actually totally forgot about that.
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。
Yes, I still haven't opened it.
開けてみましょう。
Let's give it a try. Natsuhi took out that Western envelope. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, Joji Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Natsuhi also seemed to realize that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
内容はなんと？
I mean, that's also not a good expression, but you know. It's like ages ago, this letter? Yeah. I totally forgot it existed. What does it say?
不愉快な一文があります。
There's one unpleasant sentence.
私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
It must be trying to provoke us. Natsuhi, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
我が名をたたえよ。
Praise my name.
なんだよこれ。
What was that sound? Oh! That is very... wow, that's crazy. A whole letter just for that sentence? That's it. Thank you for the hydrate. What the hell?
うせえぜ。
That's annoying.
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。くそ。
It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it.
大方また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
I'll bet you were hoping another weird magic circle would show up.
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。
It wasn't a magic circle,
想像は裏切られなかったよ。
but my expectations haven't been betrayed. Of course not, she's a fangirl. It was them who skipped praise my name on high? You think Eva and Hideyoshi could have just praised her name, then they wouldn't have died? I wonder... it was outside their door, right? So... oh, that's kind of interesting. Maybe if they had praised her name when they opened the door, they wouldn't have died? Inside the room, you know? God, the coffee's doing nothing to keep me up. I'm gonna fall asleep. Aren't they more weirded out by Maria? They were pretty mad at her earlier. And, I guess they're just used to it. They said that this happens every now and then. They are weirded out, but I guess it's become accepted that she's just sometimes, you know, a little bit strange. Because that's what children do, and she's basically role-playing, and that's just how it is. What could it mean?
自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。
What does tout mean exactly? Hold on. Tout. Tout. Promote. Aggressively promote. Okay. That seems reasonable.
この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。
With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the
こ
culprit.
こに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here.
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
Yeah, they definitely reacted to her being strange all the time. Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used.
おお、もう私には何が何だかわかりませんよ。
Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore.
こんなことは後宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushiromiya family.
昨日の手紙の言う通りなら、ベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。
Going by last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be grandfather's oldest I never know how to say this. Confidant?
じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? I spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together.
ってことは、じい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。
Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except grandfather.
話してくれないっすか。
Could you tell us?
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。
For a long time, I've purposely avoided this topic.
ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。
But now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so.
源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Genji, tell us everything you know. Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather and his occult hobbies, so there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So, there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak, bluntly and unrestrained, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jeshka. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence.
お父様の
Was she
愛人
father's
ですか？
concubine? His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, oh my god, polygamy? I know what it means, but I never know how to say it. Is it polygamy? I don't know. Isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. It's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. Okay, thank you. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃、よく疑ってたらしいぜ。
Maybe. When grandmother was alive, I hear she was pretty sure of it.
浮気相手がいるってな。
She thought he was cheating on her.
俺はてっきりそれは、じい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
I always thought she meant grandfather's imaginary witch. I mean, he was at least, like, mentally cheating on her. You know, if he kept thinking about her, then I guess, I don't know, if you think about someone more than your own wife, I feel like it's probably not a good sign. And you keep saying, oh, I just want to see you smile one more time. Shit like that. It makes sense. Later on in the game, when things get revealed, it would be wild. Oh, I hope not. I think Beato deserves better than this guy. His heart definitely belonged to Beato above all, for sure. But maybe he was like also cursed or something, because like that's not normal behavior. He seems mentally unwell. Ain't no 20-foot tall paintings of grandma, right? Now this is getting really interesting.
源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。
You told me, didn't you, Genji-san?
ベアトリーチェは この屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
He said Beatrice had been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished.
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in Showa 27, 1952.
ってことはベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
That means this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago.
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が
Oh man.
何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだ。
Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? I sure hope this is not true. That'd be awful.
なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
I see. This is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery.
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得できる筋書きです。
It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept.
どうですか、源氏。
What do you think, Genji?
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。
The master surely had feelings of deep love for
亡
her.
くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
There can be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife. Why did he marry his wife then? Why did he do that?
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。
Who is this person called Beatrice?
そして今はどうしてるんだ。
And what's she doing now? Okay, creepy.
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed.
すでに死んでいる？
She's already dead.
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、
Yes, the master was deeply stricken by grief at her loss.
ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として
Mm.
黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。
And he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her. Okay, this I did not expect.
親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。
The master loved Beatrice-sama from the bottom of his heart. I don't know whether to take this at face value or not.
このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
For now, I will, I guess. It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here. As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in 3 minutes. I already like how this soundtrack is starting. It sounds very good. Kind of sad, even. So I will take that ad break right now. I don't want to keep listening to this music. Maybe I will just stay on the screen while I go stretch and drink some water so that I can listen to this and you can listen to this too. Anyway, be right back. Hello. So weird to not have to switch into the game screen again. Oh, this soundtrack is really nice. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I did that. I drank water. We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. He was too weird. Don't question that guy. Also, hello, Natambo. Hi. Wow. Jesus, I can never say your name. Also, thank you, Fita. Welcome back to you too. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman. and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. I mean, it's still creepy, but it's a little sad too if this is actually true. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left his world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。
The master only told me about Beatrice-sama's story once when he was very drunk,
詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、
although I have forgotten the details.
それはもう
It was
女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous.
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、
When Kinzo-san succeeded the headship of the Ushiromiya family,
当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by the few surviving family elders. Ah, okay, that explains it then. Explains why he ended up marrying his wife even though he didn't feel the way about, like, he felt that way about Beato and not his wife, technically. Hello, Derek. Thank you for the hi, Jay. Welcome in.
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
So he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushiromiya family?
さようです。
That is correct.
金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。
Inzo-san was installed as the head who would revive the family and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility.
そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo-san first met her.
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
Guess it'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic, and grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice. Isn't he basically just a stalker of sorts? I mean, like, if you walked into someone's room, not that he has like posters of Beato and whatnot all over his room, but if you see someone who has like pictures and things relating to like one singular person and that's like an entire room, I'd be like, okay. Like, it's a little creepy still, it's a little weird still, but you know, it's, I don't know, it's not entirely okay, maybe? Kinzo was a jerk because he couldn't marry a maid like Joji. He should have married Genji. Yeah. Those screaming. It's called being a fan, man. Sure, yeah, let's call it a fan. I had it all wrong, Genji-san.
何をでしょうか。
What do you mean by that?
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を盲信するのは、じい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。
I've always thought that maybe you servants believe blindly in the witch because you were influenced by grandfather's creepy black magic hobby.
違ったんだな。
But that's not how it was, right? By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored and existed inside this mansion, He might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. And this makes me feel kind of bad. This is kind of sad, a little bit. That's just what Dante did. He never talked to Beatrice, not really. He was just pining for her in the Divine Comedy. I don't know anything about the Divine Comedy thing. I don't know anything about it. Marry Genji! That's where I keep my VTuber shrine. Oh no. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she's in the mansion even now. Genji had said it. Had believed it. Had made people believe it. And would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. Legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokenjima that was still whispered of amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else.
私はお父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。
He's top tier in the fighting game. I didn't... This... I guess I think I've seen it before, actually. There's a Higurashi one, too. And then Umineko one, right? I don't know if they're like the same type of fighting game, though. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions.
それがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
Now, I finally understand how much that must have wounded him.
今の僕にならわかるよ。
Right now, I can understand very well.
シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、
If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic,
僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。
I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching.
兄貴
Now I feel bad for Kinzo, man. Umineko is on Steam. Spoilers though. Okay. It's a funny game. I have the Higurashi one. Maybe I should play that on stream at some point. Fukushi makes cheating on your wife sound so romantic. I mean, we don't know if he was in love with Beato before he met his wife. It was an arranged marriage, technically, so... it depends on the timeline. I'm not 100% sure if he cheated on her, but I guess it was like emotional cheating. And that way... Not that he had a choice. He was married by force. It's different. I don't know. I'm trying to make it sound better. Another strand of tears dripped from Joji's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled. Sorry, my bad.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。
Beatrice has said it.
もうじき蘇ることができる。
Very soon she will be able to revive people.
会うことができるって。
You'll be able to meet them, she said. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか
That makes it sound really nice, actually. Sounds like something out of the Bible, but nice, you know? It sounds like heaven, but nice. More believable. Yeah, Higurashi Daybreak, I think, is third person. And yeah, there's many weapons. His heart wasn't in it 100% of the time of their marriage. Yeah. I wonder if the grandmother's heart was in it, though. Maybe? But if it was like an arranged marriage, maybe neither of them were like fully in it. It depends. Did she say that?
マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは
The Beatrice who gave you the letter?
信じないよね。
You don't believe, do you?
ここにじいさまがいたなら
If only grandfather were here.
と喜んだろうな。
I'm sure he'd be happy.
もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。
I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived.
なら俺は信じたぜ。
In that case, I believe.
じいさまが半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら
If grandfather
俺も信じたぜ。
gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of the woman he loved and spending the rest of his life believing, I'll believe too.
バトラ
She's so shocked.
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが
When you love a single woman for so
周
long,
りにも伝わり真実となる。
the people around you catch on to it, and it becomes the truth.
それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、
Maybe you could say they're just being polite for the sake of your feelings.
今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
But right here, now, I'd like to call that magic.
気遣いじゃないよ。
It isn't just being polite.
本当に魔法だよ。
It really is magic.
魔女だよ。
She's a witch. She's like, man, now they believe in her, but they don't believe she's a witch. They just believe she's a normal woman.
やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
Looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Disappointing. Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here.
女の私から聞けば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが。
If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to be understanding of father's feelings of true love,
それでは、お母様の立つ瀬があります。
it did leave mother in an awkward position. I guess you at least have to pretend like you love each other.
同感だぜ。
I agree.
浮気は浮気。
Cheating is cheating. Yeah, okay, well,
綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
no way to make it pretty. Listen, they can't just do this to me, being like, yeah, this is fine, actually. He was just deeply in love with her, and yeah, we just accept that, and then, oh no, he's a dirty cheater! We don't know anything about the circumstances of their marriage or anything. At least I don't. Who knows? She could have been fine with it for all we know, right? Right? I believe in a magic. Yes, called love. No! Messed up again. Beato's gonna keep killing because you still don't believe.
それもそうだな。
Yeah, that's right.
ばあさまが気の毒になっちまうぜ。
Gotta feel sorry for grandmother. Maybe she didn't even love him! Men versus the women's side of the story, you know? Kinzo is scum. Yeah. I'm gonna believe that the grandmother actually really loved him. And she was trying to make the marriage work, and he was just like stuck in love with someone else. But like at that point, it's kind of difficult for me to understand because like they said that the elders of the family just kind of forced him into that marriage. And I'm confused because like after most of his family died, couldn't he just have left her if he didn't really love her? I don't know. He could have just stayed single, but maybe he stayed with her to like produce offspring, using her as another borrowed womb just to make kids and stuff like that. In that case, that'd be really fucked up. I don't feel bad for Kinzo anymore. I actually fuck that guy. Still, it's sad, and at the same time, he's kind of an ass. Yeah, she probably was not comfortable with it. You know, it's sad. It's still sad for her, and also a little bit for his love or whatever. It might have been very political. It probably was.
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
Hating on Kinzo is always right in my book. It was still a sad story, you know. So, have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
No, I have not heard of anything like that.
仮にいたとしたら、最愛の人の忘れがたみとして、きっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。
If there was one, a memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection.
それがなく、黒魔術に没頭していったなら、子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
Since he ended up immersing himself in black magic instead, maybe we should assume that there was no such child. I don't know, I have a feeling they're gonna drop this mysterious child in us sometime down the road.
そういえばこんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。
Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard.
知ってるだろ？
You know it, right?
じいさまが福音の家っていう孤児院に
Oh
莫大な
no.
援助をしてるって話。
That's what I was thinking about, but I didn't want to say it out loud, Jessica. That story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuin House. I was like, oh, maybe the servants, like Shannon and Kanon, are like offspring from that affair. That would be horrible.
よしなさい。
Please don't let that be true. Please no. Enough of that.
それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
That is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father.
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。
Tell us, Aunt
隠
Natsuhi.
し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
I think even you'd agree that this is no time to hide things from each other.
くだらない話です。
There's definitely something wrong with that orphanage. If there was a daughter, she'd probably be the right... She'd be the right about... she'd be right about the age to look like the paintings nowadays to trick Maria. Maybe. If she looked very similar to Beato herself. It's a worthless
お
story.
父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。
Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants at the head family to give them some on-the-job
それ
experience.
をお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby.
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。
For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic. That is also something that I suspected, like with the whole furniture thing, maybe he like did experiments on them or something.
実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time, so I half believed it myself.
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは
And these servants who came from the Fukuin house are...
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトではシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
There are several of them, but Shannon and Kanon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices? I can see it,
確かに
honestly.
じいさまが使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。
After all, everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young, about the same age as Shannon or Kanon-kun.
私だってじいさまには妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby.
ジェシカ言葉を慎みなさい。
Jessica, mind your words. And on Natsuhi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. I mean, she's not wrong. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifice don't pop up often, and yet I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice, what do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in this smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. Oh.
生贄だ。
Sacrifices here.
なんだよバトラ。
What the hell, Batra?
急に気持ち悪いこと言うなよ。
You're creeping me out.
生贄を
You're only now noticing that?
6人。
6 sacrifices. Why is he so slow? Yeah, this is very late. My guy, this was very obvious from the very beginning. Why is he so shocked? He's like, what the fuck? The first neuron has fire. Let's go. Oh my god. Hello, Laika. Welcome in. He doesn't have the system menu to check back on the letter. That's crazy. He inherited like no brains. That is insane. Okay, well, good job, Batara. He is very bright sometimes, but then he has moments like this where you're like, is he okay? Is he like mentally well? I totally thought they like noticed this without really talking about it, but I can't believe that he's like so shocked at this. He's like, what the fuck? He only got the looks. Yeah, he did. He didn't lose his parents and probably is in shock, but he was thinking so like much about it. How do you not? I don't know. It's fine. It's okay. He recalls chessboard theory, but not this. They even talked about it, no? Maria hinted at it, anyway. I don't know. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight offered the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
間違いない。
There's no doubt.
最初に死んだのは6人だ。
6 people died in the beginning.
そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices.
私は最初からそう言ってる。
Exactly! I've been saying that from the beginning. She said it like multiple times, I'm pretty sure. That letter from Beatrice that Maria read probably wasn't that important. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not like that was also mentioned in there. That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. Ooh, the culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。
This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold.
黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。
It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something.
確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths.
確かに。
It sure does.
ざっと読むだけでも6たす2たす5で。
Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5.
13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
13 people who must die.
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
How many people are normally on this island?
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ。
It changes depending on the shifts for the servants, but there's father, my husband, Jeshka, and me.
そして使用人が2、3人。
And 2 or 3 servants.
昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many.
ってことはだ。
Which means that normally
この儀式を実行しようとしたら、普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。
there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony.
いや、
No,
違う。
wait.
じい様は福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony.
つまりなんだよ。
The rain starting. I'm actually surprised that all of them didn't catch on, but you know, that's okay. They were preoccupied after all. So, what does this mean?
生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議を
Increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather?
この儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
Is it now the only time of the year the ceremony could be held? When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased. She's like, "You fools! You didn't figure this out! Ha ha ha!" The rain is actually so nice. It just makes Maria look even more funny to me. I don't know. She's just like, you are all idiots. Actually. We were just talking about how he was cool and romantic. Well, he still kind of is in a, I don't know about cool, but romantic-ish in a way. But I don't know. He's also kind of fucked up.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored, and you roll the dice and get 3 sixes. Oh, you want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. The Higurashi line. The rolling the dice and getting all the 6s. There we go. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。
Meep, Meepa. Magic works the same
限
way.
りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。
You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result.
そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力を持って具現化される。
Then the feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate.
おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。
The magic that grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that.
鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。
The key randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery.
それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
So, to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony.
バカバカしい。
That's actually very smart.
これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか？
Ridiculous. Are you saying that this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Dishka and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The corporate noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible.
だが夏日さん、
But Natsuhi-san,
確かに碑文の内容はその後をなぞっとる。
the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that.
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。
On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close.
これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか。
Could this be talking about Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama?
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ない。
Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion.
そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第三の晩の言葉を手紙に書きその場に残したんだからね。
And after the culprit was killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter there.
そうだな。
How dare they have a cute couple moment? It was the only moment they got to be alone and like actually be lovey-dovey, and they immediately get killed. Beato hates love. That's
第
right.
2の晩を実行し、第3の晩をその場に残した。
After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place.
第3の晩はまさにさっき夏代おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
The third twilight was just like Aunt Natsuhi just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, if you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? In the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. Joji Aniki's parents were killed with those demon ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head.
じいさまだ。
His
焼
grandfather.
却炉の中で焼かれてたから、そっちに目が行っちまって気づかなかったが。
He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice.
じいさまも眉間に、
But his forehead...
いや、頭をえぐられてた。
No, his head had been gouged.
じいさまが第4の晩の犠牲者。
Grandfather was the victim of the fourth twilight?
じゃあカノン君は。
Then Kanon-kun was...
第5の晩に胸をえぐりて殺せ。
In the fifth twilight, gouged the chest and kill.
カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど違う。
We thought Kanon-kun's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong.
誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest.
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら
If the culprit has followed the epitaph this
ま
far,
た3人が死ななければならないというのですか？
does that mean 3 people still have to die? Am I taking the whole Twilight thing too literally? I'm surprised that they are not surprised that it happened in such short succession and not like actually one day after the other. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
確かに
Yes,
そう読み取れますけど
you could read it that way.
いや、そいつはどうかな。
Well, I wonder about
あ
that.
と3人が死ねば第9の晩になる。
After those 3 die, it reaches the ninth twilight.
見てみろよ。
Take a look. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
We're all gonna be killed by Beatrice. Maybe it's like the twilight of their life. What do you mean by that exactly? I'm trying to visualize what you mean, but it's a little difficult.
わけがわかんね
I don't get
え。
it.
結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。
Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are?
じいさまは何が目的だったんだ。
What was grandfather after?
この儀式じゃ。じいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too, no matter what?
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。
It's okay if no one's left
第
alive.
10の晩には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじいさまは死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。
Didn't we talk about 4 treasures before? Like on the thing, the magic circle on Eva and Hideyoshi's room? Wasn't there something like that? They say Ban in the JP instead of Twilight, which is more like turn than Twilight. Ah, okay, okay. The Twilight is just a fancy way of saying turn. Twilight is like the end of sunset, so you could say that the twilight of your life is just before you die. Okay, okay. I mean, okay. I've been taking it too literally then. Alright, I see. Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying.
ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures.
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、
One shall be the resurrection of all the dead
一
souls.
つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。
One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost.
つまりおじい様は自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived, even if he died partway through the ceremony?
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。
Ridiculous. That's insane.
死んだらそれまでだろ。
When you die, it's over, right?
死者は生き返らない。
The dead don't come back to life.
人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。
Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished?
つまりこういうことだろ。
So is this what it means?
死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored?
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまり
If what you're saying now is right, would that mean that
老い先短いじい様が恋に狂っての自殺まがい。
grandfather whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love is committing
い
suicide?
や、壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
No, a massive forced group suicide? I mean, no one is really suiciding themselves. They're just, you know, someone is getting killed.
ケンジ、
He's like, yeah, you grasped it now.
その可能性は考えられるのですか？
Kenji, is such a thing possible?
わかりません。
I don't know.
親方様は時に千年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。
The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. I have a feeling that Genji believes this exact thing is true, but he doesn't really want to freak them out.
しかし、凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself.
それってイエスって意味だよな。
Okay, should we take that for a yes?
熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
What do you say, Kumasawa-san?
私は何も知りません。
I don't know anything.
知りませんとも。
That's right, I don't know.
知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか？
Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know?
手病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off. That's right.
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は？
What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years.
源氏さんに同じです。
I feel the same as Genji-san.
金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。
Kinzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary
そ
people.
こにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。
I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times.
私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
Even I don't know what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph.
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
All we can say is that even if father did write the script, someone else is carrying it out.
確かに
That's right.
少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。
At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather and Kanon-kun.
しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says.
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙。
The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply
あ
about.
れにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family's interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring. Which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract, with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve that riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
Look, another letter from Beatrice.
え、
Huh?
なんだって？
What did you say? Oh, what? Maria was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? Please stop that. That is such a scary sound effect. I hate that one. It's like a little screech. I hate it. It gives me goosebumps, but not in a good way. What in the... Onatsuhi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table?
なんだよ。
What the hell?
どういうことだよ、マリ
What's going on, Maria?
ア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
Where did that envelope come from?
今見たら置いてあった。
So about her not being able to enter the room, huh? A new letter has been discovered. No! It's like finding dead bodies! It did kind of sound like an eagle. It sounded like a bird screech. Maybe it's the seagulls. Just now, I looked and it was lying there. Ooh.
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
I don't know anything. Anything.
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。
This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here.
9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがね。
There's no way some 9th person snuck in.
俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? I don't like that. Stop. I don't want to look at my screen. I'm scared. What? Get back, all of you. What is that? There's lyrics! There's someone talking! Not anymore. Get back, all of you! Back against the wall! Natsuyu was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. She's pointing at me, guys! This is a sick track. I kind of want to listen more closely to what is being sung. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course I felt the same, but a few moments late I reached the same conclusion Natsuhi had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table. And nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Among us? I'm sorry. Pointed at Maria. Yeah, she's the most suspicious out of all of them. This is a banger. That she blasted Spooky away, but she probably had a good reason. It's okay, my ghost can keep on streaming.
バトラ君、この封筒を開けて中身を読んで。
Batara-kun, open that envelope and read what's inside.
Oh.
Sure. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as-yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows.
金蔵様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。
Whose voice is this? I don't think that sounds familiar. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph?
すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方には時間が多くは残されてはおりません。
As you're all probably aware, you have very little time remaining.
どうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てくださいませ。
Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes.
このゲームには私と皆様方のどちらが勝つかの結果しかない。
This game can only end with my victory or yours. Is this Beto? Did you use the PS3 soundtrack or the OG one? The OG system... Original System Zero sampled Star Trek of all things, so it was changed for non-Comic-Cat releases. I don't know? What is this? I don't know. I have no idea.
時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。
When time runs out, I will win by default.
引き分けはありません。
There will be no ties.
そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます。
Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation.
って内容だぜ。
I did not expect that voice from her, but it's a good one. Oh, okay. 7th mod patch options, so I guess whatever was default. Oh, I don't remember anymore. I don't remember. Probably default. Right? I thought she would be Maria's vocal range or something. Yeah, me too. I didn't think that she would have that deep and slightly sultry of a voice. She wasn't too sultry. She wasn't like Eva or anything, but it was deeper and more sultry than I expected. I thought that she would have a higher pitched voice. I guess that's why Kinzo was so obsessed with her. She is very intriguing. That's what it says.
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。
It isn't clear who put this letter there.
ですが、疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。
However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects.
あなたたちです。
It's you all.
奥様、
Madam,
それはあんまりにございます。
it's just too horrible.
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。
Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down there.
その時、このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。
At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there.
そしてその時、すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前にいた。
And at that time, Jeshika, Joji-kun, and Batara-kun were already in front of the portrait.
そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。
And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared.
つまり、あなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。
So the person who set that letter down is one of you four. So the servants and Maria? He's pointing a gun at Maria? I didn't expect her voice to show up here. Me neither. That was very interesting. I thought that it would just be Batara reading it out loud. Have you watched XXX Holic? Same voice as the witch boss lady there. I think I have it on my to watch list, but I haven't yet, no. Honestly, yeah, Maria is the prime suspect. She noticed it first too.
ベアトリーチェがいる。
Beatrice is here.
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。
We aren't Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェはいるの。
Beatrice exists.
お黙りなさい。
Silence.
あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか、全員が疑わしいのか分かりません。
The way that she's pointing the gun at Maria is so crazy. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of
し
you.
かし確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
Without a doubt, at least one among you is the culprit.
そうだぜ。
That's right.
19人目なんかいるわけがない。
There can't be a 19th person.
魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。
There's no way witches exist.
カノン君を殺したのだって。
Even when Kanon-kun was killed.
そうさ。熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。
Yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it.
熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。
The truth is that Kumasawa-san entered the boiler room with Kanon-kun and killed him.
そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there.
誤解ですお嬢様。
You're making a mistake, milady. Those are words you cannot take back. Yuko?
私がなぜそのようなことを。
Is that the witch boss lady? Why would I do something like that?
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。
I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed
で
room.
も母さんたちが殺された時
Oh boy.
使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。
But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi.
なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。
The only ones who didn't were the servants.
でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
But does that really mean it's okay to suspect them?
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
Yes, now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it.
夏日さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。
Natsuhi-san, please calm yourself.
今日一日いろいろなことがあった。
A lot has happened today.
心が参っているのはよくわかります。
I understand how much strain is on your mind right now.
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。
Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious.
ですが、お父様の主治医として唯一無二の親友として長くお父様と共にあられた。
However, you're father's personal doctor and his closest friend.
ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。
You have been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice.
何かの古いしがらみを知っていて隠しているのではありませんか？
Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation? Nobody has an alibi for the first Twilight except the cousins. True, they've all been together. I was just thinking about something, but then I forgot, and then I spaced out, and... what was I thinking about just now? Hold on, it's gonna come back to me. Nope, it's not coming back to me. I remember. What if they just, like... send them outside? What if they just, like, tell them to go back to the servants' room and stay there for the next couple of days? If they don't believe in a witch, they should surely believe that a typhoon is still gonna stop at some point, you know? They could send the suspects out and then, you know, sleep in here for the remaining days and see what happens. And, you know, if they die, then, well, the sacrifices will all have been made, you know? They could figure out what is going on by sending them outside. Maybe not Maria. Maria is a kid. They shouldn't kill a kid, maybe. But the other three are pretty old, you know? They could be sacrifices. Even though I kind of like them all.
そんなはずはない。
Of course not.
落ち着きなさい。
Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. On Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun.
源氏、あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。
Poor Genji, man. I like him the most. Genji, you were grandfather's #1 subordinate.
ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか？
Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to father with you as the performer? What are you suggesting? That he cosplayed as Beato to satisfy Kinzo? That's like, hey, she's playing into my yaoi fanfic.
そうお疑いいただけるのは奥様が私を親方様の一番のしもべだとお認めいただけたということ。
If by suspecting me, you recognize me as the master's greatest servant.
このような場ではありますが、とても名誉なことだと存じます。
I count it a great honor regardless of the circumstances.
しかし、この手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
However, I'm not the one who put that letter there. What are you on about, Natsuhi? I can see it, I can see it. Genji is dressing as Beato and performing for Kinzo, whatever that means. Also, hello, Krungo. Hope you're doing good today.
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか？
Do you expect us to just accept
お
that?
前が首謀者に決まっています。
You must be the
あ
ringleader.
るいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。
Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices.
マリアちゃんもです。
And Maria-chan too. Not content to suspect just the adults. Anatsuhi pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。
Maria-chan, by this point, we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. Well, it is kind of impossible for a 9-year-old to kill 6 people and carry them off into a storage shed, but you know, I will believe anything is possible at this point.
だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。
So for the last time, let me ask you the question that everyone's had since last night.
昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です？
Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter?
マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。
Maria, don't dodge the question.
この際はっきりさせろ。
Make it
お
clear.
前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
Who gave you that letter?
だから何度も言ってるよ。
How many times do I have to tell you?
ベアトリーチェだよ。
It's Beatrice,
1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。
a 1,000-year-old golden witch. What did you expect asking her that?
姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。
If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around.
ほら、そこにいるよ。
See? She's right
ベ
there.
アトリーチェが。
Beatrice is.
バカにしてんのかてめえ。
Don't mess with us, Maria.
よせジェシカ
She's gonna tackle and kill her. Enough,
マ
Jishka.
リアもよせ
Maria
状
too.
況が分かってんのか
Don't you understand the situation?
そんなこと言って何になるってんだ
What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that?
無意味な挑発はよしやがるってんだ
Stop stirring each other up pointlessly.
マリアにはわかんないよ。
I don't
あ
understand.
んたらたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？
Who do you all want the culprit to be?
自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて。
You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own.
親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。
When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice.
だから見えないんだよ。
That's why you can't see her. I agree with her, actually, for once.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice exists.
お前たちには見えない。
You all can't see her.
黙りなさい。
Silence.
あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making the situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy.
ならどうするの？
Then what will you do?
マリアを撃
Shoot
つ？
me?
別にいいよ。
I don't mind.
もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be
そ
opened.
して全ての死者が蘇る。
Then all the dead will be resurrected.
今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. Why did she join them in going into that room then, I wonder? I love Natsuhi, she's awesome.
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。
I didn't expect to like Natsuhi as much, since originally I was a little put off by her because she was super rude to the servants, particularly Shannon. But she really grew on me. I really like her now. Also, Jessica really wants to kill Maria. I don't know, man. The music goes so hard. It's really good. Mom, she really is
一
suspicious.
緒になんかいられないよ。
We can't keep her with us.
でも夏日おばさん
Can't
どうか
shoot
落
a
ち着いて
kid. This is crazy. But Natsuhi, please calm
マ
down.
リアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない
There's no reason to shoot
ど
Maria.
うか冷静に
Please remain composed.
手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない
The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of.
犯人だって明日が怖いんだ
Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow.
警察が怖いんだ
They're scared of the police. Oh, Joji. So naive. Natsuki got a huge glow up when she picked up the rifle. True, that too. I've said it before, but if Maria really believes death isn't a problem, then her giving the protection charms to specific people is suspicious in itself. That is actually very true. But if she really does have a sort of like split personality, and she gave it to them when she was in the normal ooh, I'm such a baby Maria state, then maybe it's okay? Maybe it's not that suspicious and weird, but I don't know.
この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれどそれは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない
Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this
台風
typhoon.
が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる
Once the typhoon passes, the law will
だ
return.
からおばさん撃っちゃいけない
So you mustn't shoot.
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。
How can you stay so calm,
こ
Jojini-san?
の4人の中に犯人がいる。
One of these four is the culprit.
いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。
No, maybe all four of them are working
こ
together.
の中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents?
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ
Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill
で
them.
もそれは単なる蛮行だ
But that would simply be that would be simple
僕は
barbarism.
罪の裁きを秩序に任せる
I believe the judgment of crimes through the law.
だからどんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ
At first I didn't like Natsuhi, but when Eva dressed her down and some of her past was revealed, I started to like her. She's in my top 3 in the game. I really love her at this point. I think she can only get better. Also, hello, seriously, what the fuck, Clav? Welcome in. Believing oneself to be perfect is often a sign of delusional mind. Small words from a small being trying to attack what it doesn't understand. What I got from that spoken part at the start. Huh. That is interesting to think about. I'm looking. Oh, I don't have any more. Okay, I have to do an ad break because one is going to start any second now. This is a bad part to do an ad break. Anyway, I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Dude, I had the game audio in the background this whole time paired with my Be Right Back music. That was a wild experience. Maria will be shot after this commercial break. I hope not. I don't want to see a 9-year-old get shot. That'd be awful. Also, hello, Ari. Welcome in. Hi. I ate tiramisu donut yesterday. That slapped so hard. It was so good. And there's another one waiting for me tonight. Anyway, I'm kind of running out of water, but I was too lazy to get some more water, so now I'll just have to survive off of like 3 sips. Whatever, that's okay. Okay. I hope she doesn't actually shoot anyone. Just, you know, send them outside. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger.
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。
I feel the same as Georgie Aniki.
夏日おばさん。
Oh,
ここ
Natsuhi.
はちょいと冷静になろうぜ。
Get a hold of yourself for a
と
second.
にかく撃つのはまずいぜ。
Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. Why is he
こういう
laughing?
時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, stay cool 3 times. Stay cool, stay cool, stay cool. Tiramisu eclair ones. That sounds so yummy. Tiramisu donut sounds kind of ass. What the hell he did? It was awesome. It's from this like donut chain. I think they have it in Berlin, and a few bigger cities also have it. It's Bramibals. And it's really good. They have really interesting like donut flavors. They have Bienenstich donuts. They have I'm trying to think, Franzbrötchen donuts, strawberry, matcha donuts, matcha and banana donuts, and tiramisu. And they also had like a cake that was I don't know. Was it filled? No, I think it only had like creme brulee on top, and it was really yummy. Like Keiichi Kuru ni naru. Does he say that?
はっきりさせておきます。
Let me make this clear.
魔女などいない。
Witches don't
こ
exist.
こは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。
Not on Rokenjima, not in the Ushiromiya mansion.
後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。
I declare it as Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya
ここ
family.
には魔女などいない。
There's no witch
ベア
here.
トリーチェなど認めない。
I won't accept Beatrice.
何を企もうとも、娘たちには指一本触れさせない。
No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them.
それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
That's my duty as a mother and as representative to the family. But she still can't just shoot 4 people. That would make her, well, a culprit too. Yeah, witches do not exist. I'm sorry. No more donut talk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm also hungry. Natsuki just said it. Yep, we gotta believe her. Yeah, I highly recommended Fita. I really like them. I might post a picture later tonight so you can see what they look like. They're yummy. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuki would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason Joji Aniki and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san and Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nancho, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? What if they really do die outside, and then the ritual will be completed, and then they'll all die anyway? Also, if it really wasn't any of them, how did the letter even get in there? It's a closed room. Witches are not supposed to be able to enter because of the stuff on the door handle. It is strange. Please give all mothers one protective shooting free. I understand. Can we let Natsuki shoot at least one person as a treat? How about you then, Trace? You wanna sacrifice yourself for Beato? Surely you want to. Natsuki didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、ナスヒさん。
Calm yourself,
だ
Natsuki-san.
が気持ちはよくわかる。
Still, I understand your feelings well.
わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。
I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange, repeated
だ
incidents.
からわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
So I understand well why you want to suspect us.
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。
If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude.
ですが、今だけは分かってください。
However, please understand just this once. I have a feeling that at least Genji knows more than he lets on about this whole ritual thing. Because, like, in the beginning, when was it? I'm trying to remember. They were, like, talking about Beato possibly having arrived or something, and if they should let Kinzo know about it. And then Kanon also had a moment where he like looked out the window and he saw something, or he thought that Beato was like looking back at him or something like that. So I feel like they know more than they let on, and they were aware that Kinzo was gonna pull some stuff like this. I volunteer. Yeah, you can get shot by Natsuhi for free.
わかった。
Very well.
わしらは部屋を出ましょう。
Let's leave the
どう
room.
ですかな、源氏さん。
What do you say, Genji-san?
客間に戻ってチェスの続きといきませんかな。
Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game?
それをお望みでしたらぜひ。
If that is what you wish, by all means.
私は嫌ですよ。
I don't want to.
この中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。
After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right?
嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. It was obvious what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. She was innocent. Then, if she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I feel so bad for them. They're all old people. All the old people are getting fucking thrown out. Among Us. The wolf Among Us. Yeah. Good game. I don't know if I would still say that today. It's been a while since I saw playthroughs of that game, since I never played it myself. But it was a good game when it came out, in my opinion. I didn't want to believe it. However, Natsuki and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Natsuki from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. Maria too? On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。
It's okay.
ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。
Beatrice is kind to those who respect her.
熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。
You believe that Beatrice exists.
だからきっと大丈夫だよ。
So, it'll definitely be okay.
マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。
I'll watch TV in the parlor.
一緒に見ようよ。
Let's watch it together.
ここ、テレビがなくてつまんないもん。
It's so boring here without TV. I mean, does Kumasawa really believe in Beato? She was just like, oh, you know, the wolf is among us. You know, I don't know. It doesn't sound like she 100% believes in it, so she might die. But also, didn't Shannon also believe in Beato technically? Wolf Among Us 2 is coming soon. Is it actually? I don't know how much of that game exists out there, but I do know that they were working on a continuation, but Telltale Games isn't doing so hot. It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the 3 other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't want to find them dead later when we leave this room.
夏日さん
Kumasawa seems more superstitious than a real believer. I feel like she has some belief, but not 100%. Well then,
今夜
Natsuhi-san,
はこれで
that'll be all for tonight.
また明日お会いしましょう
Let us meet again tomorrow. Yes,
今夜だけは分かってください。
please understand, at least for tonight.
警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。
When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness.
チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。
You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can.
現地頼みます。
Genji, I'll leave them in your hands.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
仕方ありませんね。
It can't be helped, can it?
子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children. She is Mama Bear right now.
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。
Genji, Kumasawa, my sincere
ま
apologies.
た明日お会いしましょ
Let us meet again tomorrow.
う。マリアちゃんも
Maria-chan too.
冷たいおばさんをどうか許して。
Please forgive your cold aunt.
マリアは許す。
I forgive you.
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。
Madam, the keys to this
2
room.
本すべてをお預けします。
I will hand both over to you. Genji-san pulled the 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi.
それから私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
I just got fucking jump scared by the Adobe Acrobat notification again. It just will not stop. Oh, and I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad for them. They need to call labor protection after this, and that's not good employer practice. I mean, she literally pulled a gun on them. They should run far away. You must not forget to update your creative cloud. I don't even use that shit. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら
Aha.
長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。
Genji, I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire.
なのにこのような仕打ちを
To treat you like this
私は心より恥じます。
makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart. I love Genji, man.
私は親方様よりすでにご恩を受けております。
I have already received the master's favor.
今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。
Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that.
どうかお気に病まれませんよ。
Please do not worry over it. Please don't die. Please don't die.
皆さん
Well then, shall we, everyone?
おやすみなさい。
Good night to you all.
おやすみ。
Good night.
バトラもおやすみ。
Good night to you too, Batara.
あ、マリア、
Why specifically Batara? That's so creepy.
ちょっ
Maria,
と待て。
wait a sec. Knowledge of guild made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
これ魔除けなんだろ。
This repels magic, right?
身につけとけ。
Wear it.
おお、パトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
Didn't you say you dropped it?
あん時はなんか尺になってなくしたとかほら吹いただけだ。
Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I lost it.
お前の大切なお守りをなくすわけねえだろ。
There's no way I'd lose the precious charm you gave me.
お
I mean, maybe if they all sleep in one room together and put the charm on the door, they'll all be safe? Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
Well then, everyone, good night to you. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. So if Genji doesn't have any keys, that means they don't have the ability to lock their room that they'll be staying in? I don't know if any other people have a key. Maria should have one to maybe the room that she was supposed to share with Rosa? Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I'd mistakenly thought that there was only one. Oh. Well, Maria's now gone, so you can't ask her what this means, but... There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle, written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what it could be. We had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. Well, damn. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon has passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivete. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power, maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything.
これでもう安全です。
I feel like I would throw that letter out. I don't want a magic circle inside this protected room. Such exquisite line work. Clearly an experienced witch is responsible. There's lots of work behind that drawing. Was it the Triforce? I think so, right? The Triforce is also just triangles within triangles, right? With this, we should finally be safe. Finally.
絶対に
Definitely. Even as she said that, Aunt Natsuki couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief, at least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. It'll be fine. I can't read this. Why is it so big? It was never this big. Oh, it's almost 12 a.m., I'm assuming. Yeah. It was already late. Oh yeah, she uses stencils. I'm sorry. You're right. Forgot. Hello, Kuro. Welcome in. It is scary. A new day. Gonna start sometime soon. Surely nothing bad'll happen. No one will die. None of the servants who were chased out of the room will die, and Maria also won't die. This will not happen. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocents among them, we still did it. Also, the soundtrack is really nice. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Natsuhi faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back on the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. Joji Aniki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Yishka was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuhi, with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jeshka liked Kanon-kun! Oh! Well, that would explain the extreme reaction she had. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Kanon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. Oh no, that's so sad. That's so depressing. I didn't notice. I'm so bad with things like that. I mean, she seemed to be a little bit more upset than she was when her own father was killed. I don't know, I just assumed they were close friends. They were roommates. I don't know. Is that why Joji and Jessica get along so well? Because they're cousins? What? I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking I'd research the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. Let's go!
熱心だね。
Black magic lessons. In love with... Oh, okay, yeah, maybe. Maybe it's in the family. You sure are enthusiastic.
何か手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい?
Did you find anything that might serve as a hint?
さっぱりさ。
Not a thing.
そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。
The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese.
じいさまは一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。
Just how many languages could grandfather read?
大したもんだぜ。
He's incredible.
バトラ君は眠くないの?
Aren't you tired, Batara-kun?
誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。
You should take a rest while someone else stays awake.
夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。
Aunt Natsui said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that.
ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
We should take turns sleeping.
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。
Then you sleep first, Aniki.
俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
I'll keep researching till I get sleepy.
さっきの魔法陣?
You mean that magic circle just now? Yeah.
どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。
We've got plenty of time to kill.
ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか。面
I
白
thought
そう
it'd
だと思っ
be
てよ。
interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice-sama put in it.
よせよ。
Give it a rest.
そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
Mess around with stuff like that and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird.
安心しろよ。
Don't worry.
俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。
I've been certified by Maria.
俺には霊的才能はからっきしなんだとよ。
She said I've got no spiritual talent at all. I mean, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing necessarily.
マリアのこと
Were we
邪険に
too cruel
しすぎたかな。
to Maria?
ジェシカ、今はそれを考えてはなりません。
Jishka, you mustn't think that now.
でも母さん、もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら、
But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved and there's a culprit besides her,
犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。
and she's obviously a soft target for the murderer. I mean, all of them kind of are. They're all either really old or really young.
それで殺されたなら、
If she's killed because of this,
私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
then we've just left her to die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jeshka regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that. Always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、
I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the
こ
culprit.
ともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。
And she might have been siding with them, talking like that over and over to further confuse matters.
私はこの部屋から追い出せて清々しています。
I'm relieved that we chased them out.
夏日おばさんって結構きついっすね。
I mean, that's kind of sad. Stop judging her narrator. True. It's kind of interesting how the perspective really easily changes in Umineko. I feel like I'm too used to Higurashi, where it was mostly just Keiichi, because he'd never had a sprite either, and then it very clearly, like, switched perspectives, and it was never from someone else's perspective. But in Umineko, I feel like it switches around every now and then, and it's like someone else's inner monologue and stuff like that. That's pretty harsh on Natsuhi.
9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
Couldn't it just have been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら、
If that is the
明日
case,
謝罪します。
then tomorrow we will apologize for what we did.
彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは全て私の責任です。
I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room.
だからあなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
This isn't something the rest of you have to worry about. Yeah, I'm sure Kumasama will not take it too serious that she was basically chased out by Jeshka herself. Even if Maria isn't a murderer, she was bringing the vibes down, which might be a worse crime. I mean, it definitely wasn't helping the situation. So, yeah, I agree to some extent. I love seeing multiple POVs in Umineko. Me too, actually. I do really enjoy this. I might be playing Moriman's Gonna Lurk. Have fun. I hope you also have fun. Thank you for the lurk. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected... What? This is a weird sentence for me to read. She had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアってあんなことばかり言うんだよ。
Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that?
自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
She's bringing about her own ruin.
もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは、
I think the reason Maria-chan adores witches and magic so much...
僕はローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
Might be Aunt Rosa.
ローザおばさんのせい？
Aunt Rosa?
何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
What does she have to do with this?
バドラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。
Didn't you realize it too, Batara-kun?
マリアちゃんの本当の父親はずいぶん昔に蒸発してるんだ。
Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere a long time
お
ago.
ばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip.
後ろ宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
Talking about Rosa-san's family has become a kind of taboo in the Ushiromiya family.
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。
I think Aunt Rosa thought about
で
remarrying.
もマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。
But I also believe Maria-chan may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult.
だっておばさんは時折
After all, she sometimes
ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
got really emotional and hit Maria-chan.
それについては同感だぜ。
Okay, so I agree that that's kind of bad, but also saying that it's all just Aunt Rosa is kind of wrong. It's also the dad's fault for just running off. Hello, Grak. Good afternoon. I agree with you
ロ
there.
ーザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。っ
It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying hard to like Maria,
てことはつまり
which means
好きじゃないってことなんだよな。
that she didn't really like her.
再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うところがあったんだろうよ。
She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying.
母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。
I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart.
そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。
So she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart. Again, I don't think it's just the mother's fault. It's also the dad's fault for leaving, you know? That also doesn't help anyone. It really is like that in this game. We just sent Maria to her death and now we're pitying her. I mean, she's a little kid. I also feel bad for the rest of them, to be fair. I feel bad for her. I don't know. I don't think she should have been sent out, but again, I think none of them should have been sent out. I don't think it's any of them. If a prospective new husband gets scared off by Maria, that's a blessing, if anything. Filtering out the weak. I don't know. I think it's more so that, like, remarrying back in the day was not something that you were supposed to do as a woman, specifically. Like, getting divorced and everything, not good. People don't like when women do that. So it's even true that, like, in some countries, it's illegal for women to get a divorce. So, yeah. I think it's more so that, and also I think even if she did get remarried, it would be difficult to find someone who would be okay with her already having a kid and stuff, you know? That makes it more difficult for her.
知ってるかい？
Did you know?
マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。
Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at
ほ
all.
ら、昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook?
ああ、なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
Yeah, it was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday, when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her. Someday, a witch would come and, using her wonderful magic, would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality, as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons, one by one. If something claiming to be the witch of Rakenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy. Well, I can see liking witches. Rethinking this. Remarrying might have meant ditching the Ushiromiya name, since Eva only really got to keep it because of good timing with Joji and a massive wife guy husband. That is also true. I think also the fact that the guy ran off meant that she was in a different position compared to if the guy had stayed too. I don't know. I'm guessing everything kind of plays into it.
僕は
I'm surprised that Kinzo wasn't like super mad at her for doing this and like just, you know, disowned her anyway.
今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。
Now that it's come to this, I want to confess what's in my
マ
heart.
リアちゃんを
Throwing out Maria-chan.
源氏さんたちを追い出したのは
No, Genji-san and the rest too
多分いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
was probably the wrong thing to do, I think.
気まずくは
It wasn't
あるぜ。
pleasant. Since Jeshka had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか？
Then how do you all explain that letter?
私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。
No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us.
それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。
I made sure of that with my own eyes.
あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというのですか？
If those 4 are innocent, how was that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people?
そうなんだよ。
Maybe the letter was already in here and they just didn't notice it? Maybe it like fell from the ceiling or something. That's right.
その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。
When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious.
だが、
But
全然ダメなんだ。
it's all useless.
ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
It's all useless.
ダメって何がだい？
Useless? What is?
あ
Right.
あ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。
It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. He says those things together all the time. He never just says one thing, like, oh, I'm going to spin the chessboard around, or it's useless. He always says them in conjunction.
つまり、あの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ。お
In
かしい
other
んだよ。
words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird?
そうだぜ。
That's
あん
right.
なテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと告白するようなもんじゃねえか。
Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit?
そうだよ。おかし
You're right. That's
い。
weird.
やるなら、例えば扉の隙間に置いて、廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。
If they were going to do it, you'd think they'd put it in the crack of the door. For example, to make it look like someone had slipped in from outside.
そうだよ。部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ、自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
Of course, they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room.
ああ、そういうことなんだ。
Yeah, that's it exactly.
あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、
If the culprit was one of those
テーブル
4,
のど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことは、リスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。
setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless.
だが、どうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて、
But putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there,
あの4人以外の誰か、すなわち、この部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定したとき、
if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those 4, in other words, someone who was outside the
あの
room,
手紙には大きな意味が生まれる。
and they had a lot to gain from that letter.
よしなさいバトラ君。
I mean, yeah, now they have 4 free victims. Enough, Batara-kun.
今さら些細な問題です。
It's meaningless to discuss such matters now. Natsui-san quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。
If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this.
あ、そうだよ。
That's right.
この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露した説じゃねえか。
It's the same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it?
じいさまが自分から出ていくという説。
That theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord.
自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がして、まんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord.
だとすると、
Which would mean
私たちは犯人の罠に見事はまって、
he fell for the culprit's trap completely. That is very true, actually.
新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
And send out some new potential sacrifices.
源氏たちもバカではありません。
Genji and the rest aren't fools.
身を守ろうと思うなら、この部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。
When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room.
そこできっと身を潜めています。
They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Anatsuhi hadn't answered the question. Anatsuhi herself realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Anatsuhi right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん。
And I don't want to see them die. I really hope they don't die. I like all of the remaining cast. Not that I, particularly hated all of the others that died, but, I don't know. All of the characters that are currently alive, I kind of love them. The only one I feel kind of and I don't really care too much about is, Nanjo. He's fine, I guess.
きついこと聞くぜ。
Hey, Onatsuhi, let me say something a little harsh, okay?
もしあの時、たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら。
At that time, what if, by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind
お
you?
ばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？
Would you have chased Jessica from the room too? You would not have. You're basically celebrating when Colossus died? Yeah, that is true. He kind of deserved to die.
確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。
It's true that a lot of brutal things have
でも
happened.
夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思った。
But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter, no matter what.
その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で彼らを追放したんだ。
Because of that duty, you chased them out, even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it.
俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃねえ。
It's not like I'm condemning that. But,
ジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなってそう思ったのさ。
I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has.
そうだね。
That's right.
夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わずずっとみんなを牽引してきてくれた。
You've been dealing with these incidents since this morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time without losing your composure.
もしおばさんまで混乱していたら僕たちは今頃全員犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。
The way he's saying this right now makes it sound like she really is the culprit. You've been dealing with these incidents since morning. You know, she could be the one behind this, pulling all of us along this whole time. You know, just stringing them along for the ride. And she's not losing her composure as the worried mother. And the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. Well, what if they are? What if she is? Oh, I don't want to think about that. No, Natsuhi could never. She's too nice. She could never. she couldn't possibly be the one killing everyone, right? It's not like she could have had a conversation with Kinzo, and after he was like, oh, you wear the one-winged eagle on your heart, he was like, oh, by the way, could you like kill 6 people for me and then the others too? Probably not, right? We were all confused too. The rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by
だから
now.
僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
So I think we all have to thank you. I think I'm way too paranoid after Higurashi. He's too nice unless you're late with tea. Exactly.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
バトラたちの言いたいことは
So what you two are trying to say...
マリアの母でもあってほしいって。
is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too? Man.
私、マリアのことを実の妹みたいだとずっと思って可愛がってきた。
I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her.
なのに
And yet...
いろんなことがあってちょっと混乱しちゃって。
few things happened. We got a little confused.
ひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。
And I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her.
母さん、
Mom,
お願いだよ。
please,
マリアも、
let's stay together with Maria.
みんなも
No,
一緒に
everyone.
私たちの中に
There was no
犯人なんていなかったんだよ。
culprit among
こ
us.
の事件の犯人は
The culprit in this case is
魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。
the witch, Beatrice, okay?
だからもう
So let's stop suspecting each
疑い合う
other.
のはやめようよ。
But what if they go look for them now and now they're dead? Perhaps you're not paranoid enough. Oh god. No, it couldn't possibly be Natsuki. It's not like she was the one who apparently checked behind them that there was no letter and anything like that. What if it is her? Oh no. Oh, Natsuki closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは
You are...
主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった
my
大
precious
切な
daughter.
娘です
The one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband.
私はジェシカを守るためならどのような鬼にでもなります
I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. Oh, like, I'm sorry, one of Beato's demons killing everyone to protect her? Everyone except Jeshka? The wording is like so specific here. Paranoia affirmations, everyone has it out for you. They're all talking behind your back. You can't trust anybody but yourself. Fuck! It does feel like foreshadowing, a little bit. I feel like it's very suspicious. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. This is way too on the nose, isn't it? Yukishi likes red herrings. The day's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is.
見つけた。
Oh fuck, it's gonna be horrible, isn't it? Found it.
この魔法陣だ。
It's this magic circle. Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. Joji Aniki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the Third Magic Circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalms 77 verse 13 of the Old Testament. But God is so great as our God. The meaning of the magic circle was discord. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Well, when you look at that...
おいおい。
Wait a sec.
マジかよ。
Seriously? Oh man! Hanyu also did that? True. Uh, man, they did get played. Maria even like told them. Ah, this is so bad. Hold that L for the rest of your life. Damn it. Ah. Oh, did I even read that? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
じゃあこの手紙は罠だってのかよ。
So, this letter was a trap?
どうやってここに置いたんだよ。
How did they place it here?
この部屋には私たち8人以外には誰もいなかったんだぜ。
There wasn't anyone in this room except for the 8 of us, right?
とにかくどうやってここに置いたのかその方法は捨ておくぜ。
Anyway, let's ignore how they got in here for a second.
とにかく犯人の狙いはたった一つ。
The culprit was after just one
こ
thing.
の鉄壁の書斎に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして生贄の羊を俺たちの手で外へ放り出させることだったんだ。
They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out.
だとしたら狙いは外へ出された人たちだ。
In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. Oh man.
どうしよう。
The room can't get pregnant. Is that what it means? Like literally impregnable? Is that like something that you can't impregnate? Is that what it actually means? That's such a weird... Can't get inside. Okay, but isn't there like a different word for it? Like impenetrable? Mom, what should we do?
4人が危ない。
Those 4 are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. Holy shit, that scared me so bad. How is there a phone in here that works? What the hell? Oh man, I don't want to listen to this. This is freaking me out. This is so scary. Ah! Linking it to a fort or keep or something. Okay, okay. You fill the inside with something. Okay, alright. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in like 3 minutes, so I think this is a good little spot to leave you hanging and go on an ad break, yeah? I'll be back in 3 minutes! Yellow. Thank you for the hydrate scoop. I drink water. I got new water even. Let me adjust the game audio. Let's keep reading. At that time, suddenly, the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out. But then Aunt Natsuhi spoke.
どうして電話が
Yeah, there shouldn't be a phone call. That shouldn't be possible. Thank you, Fita. Welcome back to 2. I don't want to pick up the phone! Could be scary. Why a phone call?
故障していて使えないはずなのに
The phone should be broken down and unusable.
そんなことは関係ねえさ。
It doesn't matter.
もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だったら
If that's Maria calling for help,
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば
if the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first
この
place,
電話
then this call is
おそらく
probably... With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Onatsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver.
トロおばさん
Let's pick it up, Onatsuhi.
何かの理由で電話が回復したのかも。
The phones might have been fixed for some reason.
マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性もある。
It could still be an urgent call from Maria-chan and the rest.
そうだぜ。
That's right.
それに万一犯人からの電話だったら上等さ。
And if it actually is a call from the culprit, bring it on.
話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。
Why don't we listen to what they've got to say?
それにどうせ電話だ。
It's just a phone call.
受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's gonna hurt you. Why would you say that? Why would you jinx it?
おばさんが取らないなら
Kinzo had a private satellite phone for calling his bookie. Does this phone, do you think it has speaker? I don't know. I mean, they have TV, so they probably have phones with speakers too. They're calling to let him know the parlay he made with all that gold hit. Parlay? Parlay? What is that? If you don't pick it up,
俺が取るぜ
then I will.
私が取ります。
I'll take
も
it.
しもし。
Hello? I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Onatsuhi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Onatsuhi kept saying hello. A silent phone call. There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means... could this phone call possibly really be... Natsuhi stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Someone... Oh no.
歌
Singing? Okay, that's not what I expected. I thought someone was dying on the other end of the receiver. We're trying to reach you regarding your car's extended warranty, if only!
歌って何ですかおばさん
What do you mean, singing?
わかりません。
I don't know.
電話の向こうでかすかに誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。
Faintly, from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing.
何のことやら。
I wonder what it could be.
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ
Give it here for a sec.
もしもし
Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Onatsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything. But because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice, and it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet, they weren't saying anything. Oh god, please don't kill her on the phone. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it?
おいもしもし誰だ返事をしろ
Hey, hello, who is it? Answer me.
歌ってるのはマリアなのか
Is that Maria singing?
返事をしてくれ
Answer me.
何が起こってんだよ。
What's happening?
どういうことだ。
What is it?
わからね
This is so weird. Did any of you guys watch The Shining? I feel like I know that movie. Isn't that like a Japanese horror movie? I have never watched it. I'm too scared. Parlay is a multi-staged bet where you bet on multiple things happening to improve your payout because it's less likely they both succeed even if they're individually quite likely. Huh. Never knew that. Interesting. I don't
一
know.
つ言えることは
All I can say is
多分これは罠でそしてマリアが危険だってことだけだ
this is probably a trap and Maria's in trouble. Onatsuhi took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly, and she clicked her tongue. That's right, if the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Onatsuhi's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect. Oh fuck. It's a movie based on the Stephen King novel, not a Japanese movie. Why did I think it was a Japanese one? The Shining was a book by Stephen King that got a film adaptation by Kubrick in the 80s. Huh. I totally would have not connected that to Stephen King, if I'm honest. I totally thought that was like one of those very disturbing Japanese horror movies that my dad wanted to make me watch when I was younger.
罠かもしれないことは
It's
分か
still
ってても
horror.
行かないわけにはいかない。
Let's go. Even if you know it might be a trap, we have to go.
ああ、まったくだぜ。
Yeah, definitely.
ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
Jishka, Annatsuhi, stay here. Hiraniki and I tried to dash out. Annatsuhi stopped us.
お待ちなさい。
Hold it.
あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。
I cannot let you go alone.
私も行きます。
I will go too.
ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
You're gonna leave her here alone? Jishka, wait here. She's gonna die. Jishka's gonna die.
私だけのけ者かよ。
What? So I'll be the only one left out?
冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
Nice try, but I'm going too.
そうだな。
Yeah,
その方が
please
いいかもしれねえぜ。
do not leave her alone in this room. That would be insane. That would be crazy. It is not a safe place. I don't believe that. It might be better that way.
ネマが俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるってんなら、留守番を残すのは適当じゃねえ。
If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room.
議論する暇も惜しい。
There's no time to argue.
みんなで行こ
Let's all go. Anatsuhi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. I'm scared. I'm actually terrified. Juan or Ring? They are the most famous JP horrors. No, not either of them. I do know the Ring. I've never heard of Juan? It was a different one. Now it's bothering me. I have to look it up. I don't know. Famous JP horror movies. I have one specific one in mind. It's neither of these. Sorry, let me interrupt the very intense scene so I can look up a movie I don't know the name of. I literally cannot see the name on this list. Am I crazy? I can't find it. It's got a big, heavy-looking door. I choose it. I mean, I guess out of all the rooms in that mansion, it's the safest one, but still, I don't trust it. Yeah, I don't know which one I'm thinking of. I can't find it. Maybe it's less well known? I'm not sure. Whatever. Now I'm not interested anymore. Then the four of us left the study. When we left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion... what? I read that wrong. Left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room. Maria, where are you? Answer me! I listened closely, but didn't hear anything. Wouldn't they technically only have to check, like, rooms that have a connecting phone? The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
マリアちゃんは確か客間でテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。
Maria-chan said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right?
階下に降りてみよう。
Let's try going downstairs.
そうですね。
That's right.
行ってみましょう。
Let's try there.
みんなは周りに用心して。
Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings.
ほら、
Yeah. With Natsuhi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. It had split up and furthermore had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now we were just doing what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Anatsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution, but the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared.
僕はずっと思ってたんだ。
What if she accidentally shoots someone and not the culprit? You know, I've been
カノン
thinking.
君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。
It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest like in Kanon-kun's case.
でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて簡単なことじゃないと思うんだ。
But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead like in my parents' case wouldn't be that easy. You'd need a lot of strength, a lot of force to penetrate the skull. You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength?
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばすあるいは打ち込む射出機のような武器があるんだよ。
They probably had some kind of weapon, a device that can shoot or pound in those ice picks.
人力だけであれだけ深々と刺突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by a human strength alone.
いずれにせよ頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。
A really muscular culprit, or maybe they just used magic to like really shove it in there. Either way, they have enough force to break through a
カノ
skull.
ンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。
I heard Kanon's wound reached as far as his lungs.
もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように。
If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards.
私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
You mustn't move away from my back. They should all hold hands. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all four of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were four of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. Joji Aniki, Jeshika, and of course Aunt Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. Human. Ew. Ice pick crossbow. I mean, it's not impossible, I think, to build something like that. It's a little impractical as, like, ammunition, but you know. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. Oh, I can hear the singing! It's so quiet. It really does sound like Maria. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. Oh my god, please don't kill her right in front of us. That'd be so horrible. Hello, Lyrian. Dude, I'm swallowing so hard. I'm like, gulp. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps, and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. I hope she doesn't shoot! The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Natsuhi put her hand on the handle of the doorknob, and Joji Aniki stopped her.
扉は僕が開ける。
I'll open the door.
夏日おばさんとバトラ君は武器を構えてて。
Natsuhi, Watara-kun, ready your weapons.
わかりました。
Understood.
気をつけて。
Take care. Dude, I'm so
開けると同
tense.
時に
Ah!
攻撃してくるかもしれないぜ。
They might attack as soon as we open it.
ジョージ兄さん、
注意して。
Jojini-san, watch yourself. Sure.
じゃあ行くよ。
Then I'll open it. Huh? Oh, fuck! Of course, it's fucking locked! He tried to open it, but immediately felt the heart resistance of the lock. Onatsuhi took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to Joji. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, Joji had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room. But it left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart.
開いた。
Oh my god! Ist immer nur die Hänschen klein. It does sound a little bit like it. I don't want to keep reading. It's open.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
ジョージ君とジェシカは後ろに下がって。
Joji-kun, Jessica, move behind me.
おばさん、
Onatsuhi,
一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよ。
let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions.
扉を開けてボサッとしたら例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえぜ。
If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly right through the center.
承知しています。
I
いい
agree.
ですか？
Ready?
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I really wish I could say no. I'm not ready. I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack him with this candle stand.
行きます。
Go. Onatsuhi and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood! This place where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood. It had become an ocean of blood. Dude, there's so much blood, and isn't that Maria right here? Yo, this is so disturbing. What is happening? On the floor lay Genji-san. Oh, okay. Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. Ah, fuck. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because... that's right. This is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces... No, this is so bad. No! Oh, why am I looking at him? Oh, God. Dude, they left nothing. Face is gone. Okay, we're gonna read them after we find out what happened to Maria. She's just standing there? Holy shit. Can't believe Maria gored all the servants. I totally thought she was gonna be killed right in front of us. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed, you couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. Why would you say that? What is a tomato pot pie? That wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh. No, his knee? That's right. Of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the 6th twilight was the stomach, and on the 7th twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa-bachan's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. Wait, what? Sorry. So, Genji-san's stomach, Nanjo's thigh, and what was the other one? I'm sorry. I need to read it. I need to know. stomach, knee, and oh, okay, just leg. Okay. So it's the calf. Okay. I couldn't help masochistically laughing. That's right. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. It's this fuck-ass track again. It's so good. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. No, even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th twilight, what was it again? Oh, isn't it all of them die? Dude, this track is so good. I closed it. Oh, well, she should revive. So, hello, Beto. Wherever she is. Maria was there. Oh my god. The blood pattern is disturbing. Why is it like all away from this spot where she's standing? That's so weird. Was she told to like close her eyes, look at the wall, and then this happened? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe she wasn't supposed to see. There's a bit on her knee. Blood? Yeah, there's like blood all over her. This is so weird. Okay, I need to stop. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked with our mouths hanging loosely open. This is so horrifying. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, it's like all over her clothes. Oh my god. Fish got called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right. Even if that's crazy. No, it couldn't be.
Maria!
She couldn't have possibly done this, right? This is not possible. Maria, stop singing! Are you listening? At some point, Anatsi and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still ready, I ran up to her and violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. And I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
Maria,
well, this would be the rest of our family dead. This is so fucked up. Don't blast her, no! Maria, what is this? Who did it? Cut that crap! I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. Wow, why would you say that? Don't say that! What if Beato is just standing right next to them and they're not noticing her? That would be really funny. Comedic effect, even. None of them are family, technically. I mean, they are, though, no? if you live with them for long enough, they become found family, right? That's how that works. They're kind of family. Where are we? We found the servants Enanjo dead and Maria standing in a pool of blood. But Maria's expression didn't change at all.
よすんだバトラ君。
Quit it, Batara-kun.
マリアちゃん、今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人の顔を見たはずだよ。
Maria-chan, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these three.
犯人は君に手紙を渡したというベアトリーチェなのかい？
Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter?
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
ああ、ならこれで確定したぜ。
Well, in that case, it's certain.
19人目はいるんだよ。ベアトリーチェは実在するんだ。
There is a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Are you sure? There's someone else right here who looks madly suspicious. Genji had the one-winged eagle on his uniform. He's more family than Natsuhi is. Well, according to Kenzo, that is correct. It's just Natsuhi left alive and the cousins.
じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな。
Then, Maria, will you at least tell me this much?
やつはこの3人をどうやって殺したんだ？
How did they kill these three people?
何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ？
What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way?
知らない。
I don't know.
知らねえってことはねえだろ。
How could you not know?
この部屋での出来事だぞ。
It happened in this room.
歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing that you didn't notice?
落ち着いてバトラ君。
Calm down, Batara-kun.
マリアちゃん、僕とお話ししよう。
Maria-chan, talk to me. Okay? Jojaniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな？
This is taking so much out of him. He's gonna strangle her. Spooky, no! It's not me! It only took about half the island's occupants being killed for them to acknowledge that. It's fine. This is all fine. Maria-chan, why were you facing the wall and singing?
おお、ベアトリーチェがここでね、壁を向いて
I thought about as
歌を
much.
ずっと歌っていなさいって言ったの。
Beatrice had to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. I knew she was gonna say something like that.
おお、
It makes sense why she wouldn't stop singing and why she was looking at the wall.
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね。
So did Beatrice come here?
その時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね。
Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then?
おお、みんなで客間に来て座ってた。
Everyone came into the parlor together and sat
ケ
down.
ンジさんはちゃんと鍵をかけてたよ。
Genji-san made sure to lock the door.
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ。
It was locked when we got here, but then how did Beatrice get into the parlor?
おお、でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから鍵なんか関係ない。
Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter.
蝶々になって扉の隙間から通り抜けてきたんだよ。
She turned into butterflies and came in through the crack in the door.
は
Wow. Yeah, okay, I can see that.
あ、冗談も休み休み言いやがれ。
I mean, kind of literally saw the butterflies. It's not unrealistic at this point. Calmly joking at a time like this?
そんなわけねえだろ。
Like hell that happened.
お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
What are you saying?
信じられないよね。
You can't believe it?
だから言いたくなかった。
That's why I didn't want to say.
どうせ言っても信じないもん。
No matter how I say it, you won't believe.
でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの。
But Beatrice is a witch.
不思議な魔法で何でもできるの。
She can do anything with her miraculous
だ
magic.
からベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか全然関係ないんだよ。
That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not.
それで現れたベアトリーチェは、そしてみんなはどうしたの？
And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone?
ベアトリーチェは言ったよ。
Beatrice talk to
お
us.
じい様の書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。
She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force. Okay. Powerful force? And she couldn't enter no matter what she
だか
did.
らあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶって。
Oh, that is so evil, actually. So she told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. I guess the most likely to believe in her, like the strongest believer, would be Maria. So, you know, she has a... I mean, also, she is Beato's messenger, so she wouldn't kill her own messenger, right? And almost haunted by the butterflies. Yeah, he has seen them before too, according to Shannon.
みんな嫌だって言ったよ。
Everyone said no way.
熊沢さんは嫌だ嫌だってすごい言ってた。
Kumasawa-san kept saying no way, no way.
でもベアトリーチェは選ぶよ。
But Beatrice chose.
そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたの。
And when she did, Beatrice said I'd be fine.
どうしてだと思う？
How do you think?
バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。
I forgot she had that actually. It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars, the one Batra used to pray for my safety. The one he put his feelings into.
だからその力でベアトリーチェは私にだけは何もできなかった。
Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me, and me alone.
だから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの。
So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices.
そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはね、言ったの。
After that, Beatrice spoke.
さあさあ、壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい。
She has such a nice voice. I love her. And I haven't even seen her officially. She just killed everyone but Maria. Well, there was a reason to it, I suppose. Saika Ohara, is that Beatrice? Really good. She sounds awesome. Not like I expected, but really good. Oh yeah, I read something about the stage play, but I didn't want to look at it too much because of spoilers and stuff. Come face the wall and sing a song for
あな
me.
たはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから何が起こっても何が聞こえても聞こえない聞こえないわからない。
You'll sing lots and lots of songs, no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know.
さあさあ、楽しいお歌をわらわにたくさん聞かせておくれ。
Sing lots of fun songs for me. I like the way she says that. That's so cool. The way she says it sounds like she's singing a song herself. Oh, the stage play is canceled because the director cheated. Man, are you for real? Umineko has a really strong voice cast, even though it wasn't very successful commercially up until it was 3/4 finished. Isn't it kind of the same for Higurashi? Higurashi also wasn't super successful in the beginning.
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。
So, I was singing the whole
ずっ
time,
とずっと歌ってたんだよ。
over and
だ
over.
から何も聞こえない、わからない。
So, I didn't hear anything, I didn't know anything.
そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。
And then all of you came. Ooh!
それを信じろってのか？
Are you asking us to believe
バ
that?
カにするんじゃねえぜ！
You think we're stupid?
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？
Then who will you suspect this
マ
time?
リアを疑う？
Do you suspect me?
マリアをこの場で殺してみる？
Gonna try killing me right here?
そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。
Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop
こ
existing.
れで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
Now the 8th twilight is over and Beatrice will revive.
ふざけんな！もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ！
Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk.
魔女なんているもんか！煙に巻かれてたまるか！
As if witches could exist, as if I'd let myself get tricked.
俺は認めねえぞ！ ベアトリーチェなんていいね。
I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist.
絶対に俺が認めね
I definitely won't accept it.
え。だから存在なんかさせねえ。蘇りもさせね
So I won't let her exist. I won't let her
え。伝
revive.
説は永遠に伝説のままだ。
The legend will remain a legend forever.
俺がそんなことを認めね
I would acknowledge something like that.
よせよバトラ
Quit it,
マ
Batra.
リアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない
It's not like Maria killed them or let them die.
ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず従わざるを得なかっただけだぜ
But Beatrice came and Maria had to obey, was unable to resist.
あれ
Oh god. Please. This is so scary.
夏日おばさん
Huh? Oh, Natsuhi.
おばさんがいない
Bruh. No! She isn't here.
あれ
Huh? What?
母さん
Where did she go?
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
She left by her... Just now, she left by herself, reading a letter. A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the eighth twilight. They might have left a letter so that they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well-armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? It had tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Oh man.
母さんお母さん
I love how Maria saw and said nothing. It's very like her to do that. Mom, what's going on? Open up! Open up! It was only natural. Natsuhi had picked up the candle stand, which Batra had thrown at the wall and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs and the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. Oh man, that letter must have said something awful then. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. She's gonna die and only the cousins are gonna be left alive. Tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuhi threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
後ろ宮家代表後宮夏日です
I'm Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family.
姿を見せなさい
Show yourself.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ
Golden Witch Beatrice. What if she just gets out of that portrait right now? This track is really good so far. Shoot the painting! The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. Oh, the butterflies! In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies.
ようやく
Oh, please don't get killed as well. She jumps into the painting Mario 64 style. That's insane.
姿を現しましたね
So you have finally shown
あな
yourself.
たのような存在が
I still
本
can't
当に存
believe
在したの私は未だ信じることができない
something like you really exists.
でもそれは問題ではありません
That isn't a
後
problem.
宮家の代表であると自負する私と
Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushiromiya family,
後宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたは今この場にいる
And you who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushiromiya family are here right
あ
now.
なたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては些細な問題です。
At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter.
さ
Come,
あ決着をつけましょう。
let us settle this.
後宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか。
Which of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya
こ
family?
の後宮夏日か
I, Ushiromiya
あな
Natsuhi,
た
or you,
ベアトリーチェか
Beatrice.
あなたの決闘の申し出謹んでお引き受けさせていただきます。
Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. That I did not expect. This VN, the music has been fantastic so far. The gold butterfly slowly formed a human shape which walked into the dim light. Oh my god. Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. I'm gonna assume that if door handles do nothing to witches, then rifles also won't. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger.
せーの
And go! Badara made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through that gap, and the door was finally released. Okay. She did shoot! There was a shot there. Hello, G-Men. Hi. At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. Mom! Mom!
ジェシカちゃん、一人で先走っちゃいけない。
Jishka-chan, you mustn't run off by yourself.
今のは銃声だぜ。
Was that the sound of a gun just now?
夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。
Did Aunt Natsuhi shoot? At whom? At the culprit. Let's fucking go! The noise had come from the entrance hall, and the entrance hall looked like a stage. The heroine of a tragedy on the ground and bathed in light, arrayed in the beauty of that silence. Oh no! Natsuhi lay face up, crumpled on the floor like a piece of paper crumpled. Half-crazed Jishka ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On Aunt Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye. No! No! It began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? How are you getting this idea? Why? I don't think she did that. I'm gonna assume that. I mean, they only heard one shot, but Beato might have not used a weapon, you know, like a gun. Only because, like, she shot, but she still could have been killed by something else, you know? I don't get it.
どうしておばさんは一人で抜け出して
Why did Aunt Natsuhi run away alone?
どうして自分の額を撃ち抜いてるんだよ
And why did she shoot through her own forehead?
マリアちゃん、夏日おばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を出たんだよね。
Parried? Yeah, that's what happened. Madara said witches don't exist, and he knows best. Yeah, fucking, I can't believe Natsuhi shot herself. That's crazy. Maria-chan, Aunt Natsuhi left the room after reading a letter,
手
right?
紙がない。
There's no letter here. Didn't she drop it?
くそ、おばさんは何を読んでどうしてここに誘い出されたんだ。
Damn it, what did Aunt Natsuhi read? And why was she lured out here?
知らねえぜ知らねえぜそんなことはどうでもいいぜ
I don't know. Who cares about that?
なんだよどうして自殺なんだよ
What the hell? Why did she kill herself?
私を置いてくんだよ
Why did she leave me all alone? Please, someone hug her. Yashka clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. Joji Aniki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. So this is all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り誰も生き残れはしない
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
そして第10の晩に旅は終わり黄金の里へ至るだろう
And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time.
これで全部終わったねベアトリーチェ
With this, everything is over,
お
Beatrice.
めでとうおめでとう
Congratulations, congratulations. I mean, yeah, that was the 9th turn, and she only killed one person, so she didn't get everyone? Is that what that means? Because people were left alive.
だからマリアを導いてあなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ
So lead me to the Golden Land you told me of.
今こそ
Right now. There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. I just realized I never read the character. I'm sorry. Real quick. Family Dr. Nanjo found in the parlor his thigh had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and his face had been smashed. At the 7th twilight, gouged the knee and kill. Servant Genji found in the parlor he had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his stomach, and his face had been smashed. At the 6th twilight, gouged the stomach and kill. And then Kumasawa found in the parlor her calf had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and her face had been smashed. At the 8th twilight, gouged the leg and kill. And, oh my god, Ushinomiya Natsuhi found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. So they're certain it was a shot that killed her? How impudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. That's so messed up. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened.
いい加減にしやがれ
Stop it!
何が楽しい何がおめでたい
What's so fun? What's to be congratulated?
この島には18人いた
There were 18 people on this island.
14人死んだ
14 are dead.
残りは俺たち4人だ
Only the 4 of us are left.
俺は絶対に死なねえぞ
I'm definitely not gonna die.
夜が明けるまでいや台風が過ぎ去ってまた船着き場に海猫たちが帰ってくるまで俺は絶対に死なねえんだよ
Until the night is over. No, until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor. I'm definitely not gonna die.
生き残ってやる生き残ってやる絶対
I'll stay alive. I'll stay alive no matter what.
よしなよバトラー
Give it up,
ベ
Batara.
アトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ
Guns are useless against
それ
witches.
に生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ
Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter because it's over.
もう旅は終わったんだよ
The journey has already ended.
ほら時計を見てごらん
See, look at the clock. Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both the needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon it'll be 12 at night. In other words, Sure. Well, 24. Yeah, okay, well, yeah. Midnight, guys. Name drop. This is like the second or third time they name drop it in this stream. I didn't think that we would get to the end of the epitaph in the first episode. I totally thought this would drag until the end of the visual novel, so I'm a little bit surprised right now, but I'm not mad about this. When you think about it, isn't 24 is a strange time? Okay, this is wrong. A strange time. It can be called 24, and it can also be called 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness and Maria was running up to her. Oh god. No one can predict Umineko. Yeah, I have a feeling I don't know anything about what's gonna happen. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as Georgianiki stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. I don't think she shot herself. That is not what happened. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction. And the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You gotta be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Wait, she's standing there? Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。
Didn't I tell you it was meaningless?
ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。
Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice.
バカだね、人間は。
Humans are so stupid, aren't they?
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。
I won't accept the existence of
貴
witches.
様は誰だ？
Who are you?
一歩でも動いてみろ。指一本でも動かしてみろ。
Just try moving one step, just try moving one finger.
こいつをぶち込んでやる。
I'll blast you away. Oh my god. Someone is laughing! She's here! Oh my god! As the witch... No, the witch has left. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. I don't think it's Maria saying this. I think this is wrong. It was probably telling us that the time was 24. Midnight. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that we all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when time ran out had already been revealed.
バトラ、ジョージ兄ちゃんにジェシカ、旅は終わって魔女は蘇ったよ。
Batara, Jojini-chan, and Jeshka, the journey has ended, and the witch has revived, see? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. This is insane! No! You can't do this to me. Well, it is midnight. We're gonna see her, right? They're not gonna... No! The storm passed and the leaden cloud? I don't know. Then shrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, oh my god, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children who were thought to have survived until the very end were never found. What the fuck? However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginable gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seemed hopelessly dim. What the fuck? They were taken to the Golden Land. It's all fine. But body parts? Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land? They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves to the pier of a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Oh my god, Rika Furude! Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment. Written upon it, cramped, small letters. Written there was this tale. Oh, this notebook fragment. People will finally learn the truth of the mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th, 1986! This incident was later called by many names, such as the Rakunjing mass murders. I can't read this fast! I give up. I give up. I can't read this fast. Her name was Ushiromiya Maria. What? I'm not following. As a result of an all-out police investigation part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to the dental records. At that gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's fairly fair to say that this job was extremely... Okay. This tale was the final section of the notebook fragment that Ushiromiya Maria left behind. At the time you have read this, I will probably be dead. Although there may or may not be a corpse, you have read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish. Ushiromiya Maria. This very day, the truth of the witch legend, serial murders, has not been brought to light. I hate you, Rukishi. I hate you! First game, Legend of the Golden Witch result. Ushiromiya Klaus sat on the first twilight chosen by the key of the Golden Land and offered up as a sacrifice. Same for Rudolph, Kirie, Rosa, Goda, Shannon, Eva, died on the second twilight, pierced through the forehead by the stake of Asmodeus. I don't know. Hideyoshi by the stake of Beelzebub. Hey, I know that one. Mammon for Kenzo, Satan for Kanon, Lucifer for Genji, Leviathan for Kumasawa, Belphegor for, I couldn't see that, probably, what's his name, Nanjo, which batteries revived in the 9th twilight. Oh, I cannot read this long. I'm so sorry. This fast, not long. And there's an ad break. This is horrible. I'm so sorry. There's an ad break going on, but there's no message for the ad break starting, so... Okay, I'm gonna have to read this in a second, again, because this is impossible to read through. Hello, Rebel, good morning. Ugh. This art is fantastic, this looks so good. It's impossible to imagine where the story is heading from now on. It is. Can't believe we finished episode 1! The message bottle, which claims to be written by Maria, lists the murders, but no one knows for sure. Yeah, I need to go through my own VOD. Please find out the truth, that's my only wish. Yeah, I remember that. That's kind of what they said. Oh. New features. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen, and I got an achievement. When the Seagulls Cry, complete episode 1. Not even 50% of players have this achievement. So, more than 50% of players just gave up. They did not finish reading. Message in a bottle. Yeah. It's so, yeah, it's way too fast. I feel like you could read it if you weren't reading it out loud, but since I am trying to read it out loud, it was not good. Like, I'm trying not to talk about Higurashi too much so that people who don't know Higurashi don't get spoiled too crazy. Episode 2 on Sunday. I can't believe we finished it so fast. That was pretty good. Tea party. Tea party. Oh yeah, okay. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rokenjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Okay. I will attend, but first of all, I'm gonna have to go back in my own VOD. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. Now I have to remember what it was that I also missed. Give me 1 moment. There's an ad break still, right? Oh, 1 second left. Nice. Okay, so this I read. Maybe I should also show it to you. Browser. Here we go. I still have to play Higu. Please do! None of what I've said so far is too spoilery, so don't worry too much. But, you know. It'd be rude not to attend. It would be. Umineko tea parties are pretty important. Yeah, in Higurashi, it was more like a little recap. It was just silly fun, mostly. Thank you for the hydrate and for the posture check. Okay, let me try to figure out what I did and didn't read. Which was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. A strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves to the pier of a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment written upon it, cramped, small letters. Written there was this tale. Through this notebook fragment, people will finally learn the truth of the mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th, 1986. This incident was later called by many names, such as the Rokenjima mass murders or the 18 killings of Rokenjima. Though dilettante... I don't know what that means. From around the world knew it as the witch legend serial murders. Lovers of the occult claimed it was all the result of an immoral ceremony that had sealed off the island, and those 2 mysterious days were savagely embellished with many different interpretations as the story began to spread far and wide. However, not one of these interpretations approached the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragment describes this mysterious incident, it does not reveal the truth of what happened there. Or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Shiromiya Maria. I did not expect Maria to be the writer of all people. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. It's kind of funny that they mentioned the dental records, but I'm not going to say why, because people, Well, anyway. At that gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person. So it's probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely fortunate find. So they cut them up? This is what I'm getting from it? Quadruple spooky. True, there's 4. Dilettante is like a dabbler. A LARPer, not really. So like someone who dabbles in like the occult stuff? Someone who appreciates a thing but isn't necessarily vested in it. I see. Easy to do with magic. I'm just wondering why. Why did they do that? Why did they have to cut them up? Because this jaw had been separated from its body, the police judged her chances of survival to be hopelessly dim, even though none of her other body parts were found, or at least identified. That is a very unfortunate body part of yours to be found and discovered. That's probably not good. I'm gonna keep watching, but I'm so scared of Higu spoilers. I will not mention anything. Don't worry. I think you'll learn how that happened, if I remember correctly. Okay. And so let us conclude this tale with the final section of the notebook fragment that Ushiromi and Maria left behind. By the time you've read this, I'll probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You who have read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish. Ushiromi and Maria. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. People can survive without a job, but they don't come off easy. Yeah, it's probably not good. Okay, so I'm not gonna read all of these. The first 6 were offered as a sacrifice, chosen by the key. And then I read all of them. Canon, Satan, Lucifer. I thought Lucifer and Satan were the same person, but what do I know? Nanjo Belphegor. The witch Beatrice, revived on the 9th twilight, finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Matsui died on the 9th twilight. The witch praised her nobility and granted her the honor of a duel. Ah. Okay, I have to stop. Missing on the 10th twilight, Joji. After he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Prostrated? What does that mean? Same for the others. Except for Batora. Died on the 10th twilight. Will the witch invite the man who denied her existence to the Golden Land? Well, would be sad if she didn't. maybe he gets to live if he doesn't get invited to the Golden Land. The only guy who gets to live. The witch will praise the wise and should bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. There they chose to revive the souls of the dead and the love that had been lost. After all, no matter how large a mountain of gold they might have desired, it would have been out of their grasp. Why? Because they're in the Golden Land and it wouldn't do them any good to have it, so they wanted the other stuff? My brain, I'm so confused. Joji chose his lost fiancé. Yeshika chose the boy she had liked and lost. You didn't choose your mom? Okay, wild. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. That's so sad. And Batra didn't get to choose anything. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Okay, so they all just exploded. I'm just done with Higo 4 and it's so interesting reading it after Umi. I think most of what I've mentioned so far should not be a spoiler for you then. Even things I've hinted at. I think you may have already seen them. Also, hello, Zazzle! A bow. Very formal bow that implies servitude. Okay. Okay. Very submissive. I see. Imagine the kind of groveling someone might do in front of a king. Okay. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. I do like that line very much. It's very good. Also, hello, Fifth Lord of Sheep. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. That was it, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. That made me more confused. What happened to Batora? What happened to him? He was not let in, I assume? Don't tell me, obviously, but I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, fuck. What happened to my boy? I'm just talking to myself. How long is the tea party, by the way? I will decide whether or not to do it based on how long it is. You can just give me like a ballpark. Have a cup of tea with me. I'm ahead of the curve. Oh man, how can I let you down? And he girls cried, none were left unbanned. True. It's fine. He didn't acknowledge the witch and was killed. But didn't everyone die? Pretty short, it's not that long. Mostly 15 minutes. It's like a scene. Okay, you have convinced me. Thank you. Episode 1, Tea Party. Purgatorio. Oh, hell yeah. Let's fucking go.
おーみんな海猫の中にお疲れさん
And I love this. I can't believe this is how we got greeted after the most gruesome shit I've ever witnessed. Hey everyone, congrats on finishing Umineko no Nakokoro ni.
やれやれわけがわかんないうちに物語が終わっちまったな
Man, I still didn't have a clue what was going on when the story ended. Same. Can't believe Jessica chose to res Kanon and not Natsui, by the way. That's crazy. I mean, I know she loved him and she wasn't the biggest fan of her mom, but like, man, that's rough.
つまりなんだ
So, just what happened?
あれは結局犯人は暴けず時間切れのバッドエンドでしたってことなのか
I'm so sad that I didn't get to see Beato in the flesh, by the way. But I'll be patient. We got to hear her cackle. Was that basically the bad ending where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed?
おお、きっとバッドエンド。
Definitely a bad ending.
そうだね。
Yeah. I like all of their expressions. They all sometimes have like the cat mouth.
1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に碑文の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。
That's right, Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし。
We were also busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it.
そうですね。
Ah, Shannon!
ちゃんと
Haven't
碑
seen
文
her
の
in
謎
so
に挑ん
long.
でいたら違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
That's right. If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently.
それはどうかな
I wonder about that.
シャノンちゃんもお疲れ
Shannon-chan, you did a good job too.
お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ
You didn't have to be our waitress and serve tea.
何しろここはお疲れ様会なんだからよ
After all, this is a rap
ひ
party.
でえ目にあった者同士仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ
As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds.
ベロベロベロ
Okay, dude.
ひでえ目って言ったらシャノンがぶっちぎりだったぜ
Speaking of horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she?
綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生き残るかと思ったら
She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end.
一番最初に殺されるししかもなんだっけ
But she was killed right in the beginning, and on top of that, what was it?
顔面を半分砕かれてたんだっけ
Half of her face was smashed, right?
最悪だよな
That's the worst.
そういうお役目でしたら、仕方ありませんし。
That was my role, so, there was no way around it.
姉さんが気にすることはない。
Ah, my god, I love him. He was so cool running up to Beato trying to kill her. He was so nice. Oh, the kissy mouth. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, it's the same one that Mion and Xion have, right? I love that one. When Batora said lick, I knew Sixth Sense-like that he would say something gross. Well, that's just how he is. Nei-san, it's nothing for you to worry
お
about.
嬢様方もラストのエピローグを見る限り相当悲惨な最後を遂げられたようだしね。
Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end.
どうもそうみたいだね。
It seems so.
なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ。
I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Oh my god.
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ
Speaking of which, don't you think Kanon's last moments were the coolest? They were!
返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ
Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right?
俺らのよくわからん最後よりは数段マシだぜ
It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right? I mean, Natsui also got a showdown. Kanon was so cool in the boiler room. He was sick. When he was like, I'm no longer furniture. I was rooting for him.
結局何も歯が立ちませんでしたが
Though, in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in.
でもカノン君の死は大きなヒントになったと思うな。
Still, I think Kanon-kun's death was a big
だ
hint.
ってあのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになったんだから。
After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear.
そうだね。
That's right.
あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった。
At that time, everyone's location was obvious.
だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
So it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Kanon. Well, it was obvious for the reader, but not for the characters, which is why, you know, things ended the way they did. Who didn't get revived by her own daughter, please? It's so sad. I would revive her.
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over.
信じたくはねえけどベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ
I don't want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was a witch calling herself Beatrice.
そうですよね。
That's right.
人にはできない不思議なことがいっぱいありましたし。
There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do. It's kind of funny how the characters are doing the same thing they did like in the very first like Higurashi after party event. They're like, oh, could this have been done by humans or could this have been something supernatural? They're doing the exact same thing.
おお、エヴァおばさんの密室殺人とか魔女にしかできない。
Only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Eva in that closed
人
room.
間にはできない。
A human couldn't do it.
19人目が存在することが明らかでしかもその人物は人間では考えられない力を持っている
Not only is the existence of a 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine.
となればその人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ
In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice.
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。
We probably met at the very end.
黄金の魔女にね。
Met with the Golden Witch.
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってずっと言ってる。
Like I kept saying, Beatrice exists.
みんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。
It all went bad because no one ever believed.
信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達の魔女も言ってる。
Even one of her witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. Bruh. Okay, I will not say anything to that line.
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は敬う者に寛大だそうですし。
They basically just confirmed. I can't say anything because I don't want to spoil anyone. That's right, Beatrice-sama is generous to those who respect her. Actually, can I say something? Can people who have not played Higurashi like mute me for the next minute or so? Mute the stream. Do it right now or you will be spoiled for Higurashi. Okay, I'm gonna start right meow. That line, that's exactly what Rika says. No? Like, near the end? Isn't that exactly what they keep saying? So, okay, like, there was like this constant thing of this person called Frederica Bernkastel? Was that the name? And didn't we like read that name here too? I feel like we did in the very I might be going crazy, but yeah, there's a character that looks very similar to her in here, right? I'm not crazy, right? Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I'm done. I'm done. That's all I wanted to say. That's my thoughts on that whole thing. It's a bit more tricky than that. Okay, I'm gonna keep it in mind though. It's very intriguing. Also, hello, Shishio. Hi, welcome in. Going crazy. Going insane. Ah, that's right. Beatrice-sama is generous to those who respect her.
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても最後までベアトリーチェ様の脅威からは外されていたように思います。
It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath up to the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another.
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。
Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning.
でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がいかないぜ。
But if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right?
それは多分ベアトリーチェ様なりのご都合があられたのでしょう。
Beatrice-sama probably had her reasons. Well, it's not like there were many other people that were left to be killed, so she had to kill someone.
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら大勢の生贄が必要だった。
If the song of the epitaph represented Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed. Yeah, that's true. Kanon did challenge her. And also, Shannon saw the butterflies, and we don't know if she chased after them, which is, said to be a bad thing to do. As for Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa, I would say that's just bad luck. Money is a real person and not furniture. That's also true. But so... Nanjo was also not furniture, technically. And I don't think Kumasawa was furniture either. Might be punishment for that. Wonder what their connection is to Beato, and if, the whole furniture thing is also related to her.
その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
You must simply have been designated to be one of those.
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。
Shannon-chan, you met a horrible
せめ
end.
てもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty.
まあ痛かったわけじゃないですし。
Well, it's not like it hurt.
それにほら。
It didn't hurt. So she died in a non-painful way? Do all of them not feel any pain when they get killed? Very interesting thing to say. Genji was telling Kanon that Chanon's fate was just bad luck. Oh, yeah, that's true. I remember that.
今
Anyway,
はこうして全然平気ですから。へっちゃらです。
right now, I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling. That's a really fucked up sentence to type out.
でもこう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。
Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure the story would fit into the standard mystery genre.
ファンタジーだと分かってちょっと驚いてるよ。
I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy.
遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館物なんて推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
After all, a Western mansion shut away from the outside world on an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's minds. It sounds just like the typical mystery novel to me.
ほう、ファンタジーじゃない。
It's not fantasy.
ベアトリーチェはいる
Beatrice exists.
ええ、分かっています。
Yes, we understand.
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
Beatrice-sama does exist.
の。そうですね。
That's right.
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
Beatrice-sama does exist. Why are they saying it so weirdly?
悔しいが 認めざるを得ねえよな。
I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice.
19人目の魔女の関与は明らかだしな。
Because it's so obvious that a 19th person, a witch, was involved. I have a feeling I'm being fucking gaslit right now. I'm being gaslit! This feels like prime gaslighting. I don't know why. It's so stupid. Peacefully kills them, but her true hobby is dark art. She's something of a painter. She kills them with paint.
人間には不可能なことをいくつもやってのけてる。
Many things happen that'd be impossible for
劇
humans.
中の僕らはそれを否定したくてあれこれと考えたけれども、
During the story, we try to deny that in all sorts of ways.
今ならはっきり言えるよ。
But now I can say it for sure.
どれもいずれも全て人間には不可能な犯罪だった。
Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. I don't believe that.
魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of the power magic could provide.
犯人は魔女だった。
The culprit was a witch.
その一点において何の曇りもねえぜ。
That point's perfectly clear.
ベアトリーチェ様万歳ってわけだ。
Long live Beatrice. I don't believe this. I don't believe this.
みんな信じた。
I don't believe it. Everyone believe.
マリアは嬉しい。
I'm so glad.
神様も魔女も怖がる人には恐ろしい存在かもしれませんけど。
Hello, Birkin B. Welcome in. Notice how Batra is quiet? Yeah, he hasn't said that he believes yet, and he didn't believe until the very end, so we'll see what he says. They might be onto something. I don't know. Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of
信
them.
じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
But I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them.
姉さんの言う通りだと思います。
I think you're right.
じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事件ごっこは終わったわけだし、
Well, this murder case game is finally
ここ
over.
で気を取り直してちゃんとベアトリーチェの言う通り碑文の謎に挑戦してみねえか。
Now's the time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right?
賛成。
I
きっ
agree.
とベアトリーチェも喜ぶ。
Beatrice will definitely be happy.
劇中ではみんな無視してたからね。あの手
Everyone
紙は。
ignored that letter during the story.
せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて。
Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it.
なんだかかわいそうですね。
I
ベア
kind
ト
of
リ
feel
ーチェ様。
sorry for Beatrice-sama. She was like, hey, I'm asking you to fight me on this. Fucking, let's see who can win this game. And they were like, what game? What fucking game? I'm a doubter, not a believer. Hello, come in, welcome in.
碑文のメモがある。
I've got the epitaph written down right
み
here.
んなで謎解き、みんなで謎解き。
Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it.
物語は多分この時点から間違ってたんだろうね。
The story probably went wrong ever since that time.
そうかもしれません。
That may be so.
私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り碑文の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning, like Beatrice said.
まあすっかり遅くなっちまったけどな。
Well, it's a little late now. It's kind of funny because, like, when they got that last letter in that room, that also talked about them just giving up on, like, getting out of the typhoon and stuff, and to just freaking solve the riddle and win the game. I was like, why haven't they done this? It has been said in the letters that they should do that, and that all will be over, and they, like, made the connection to the epitaph. And they still didn't even try. I mean, I know that other stuff was on their minds, but still, they didn't even talk about it. The possibility of possibly solving the riddle and, like, getting out of there. I love witches. Me too.
今からでも再挑戦するってことで 魔女様には許してもらおうぜ。
Well, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us.
碑文の謎に挑戦してみよ
Let's go. Let's try to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
う。何々懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
It was something like, "Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown." Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happy.
Hold
on a second, you guys. But Batara spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all of this fun?
お前ら、さっきから聞いてりゃ、何を思考停止してんだ？
I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking?
なんで魔女の仕業ってことで決まってんだよ。
Exactly, that's what I'm saying! Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all this?
そんなのあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
Don't you realize something like that can't exist? With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. Joji and Jeshka, and Chanon and Kanon, and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Batara was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Batara realized that he hadn't chosen his words well.
だって、明らかに人間には無理な事件だったじゃないか。
Weren't you the one saying it was a witch for the longest time? Let's not talk about that. It's just, I don't agree with the sentiment that it cannot have been a human, because we don't know how this whole mansion was built, you know? We haven't seen the blueprints. There might be stuff we don't know about. This might be a total silly misunderstanding, you know? I don't know. I'm not for blaming people that we haven't even seen yet. My goat. Ooh, Spooky doesn't believe. Well, yeah, this could all just be a silly misunderstanding. This, you know, this can be solved. It's fine. Batara pilled. I am. You'll see. This will all turn out to be a big misunderstanding. Believe in me. Because isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human?
そうだぜ、そうだぜ。
That's right, that's right.
どの事件も人間には無理なことばかり。
One of the cases would have been possible for a human.
そうですよね。
That's true.
だって人間じゃ説明がつかないことばかりじゃないですか。
After all, wasn't it full of things that a human couldn't explain? Human?
バ
Humans?
トラ様が何を言い出すのか僕にはわかりません。
I don't understand what you're saying, Batara-sama.
お前たちこそ、何を口々に言い出すのかさっぱりだぜ。
I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Well, there was a 19th person because there was a voice that we didn't recognize, right? But that doesn't mean that they're a witch in the sense that we understand it, maybe?
こんなの人間が起こした事件に決まってるじゃねえかよ。
I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes?
魔女なんているわけねえだろ。
There's no way something like a witch exists, right?
じゃあ、
Then
私が倉庫の中で殺されてた時、顔の半分をひどいことにされていましたが、
what about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half of my
あれ
face?
は人間が犯人ならどう再現するというのですか？
If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it?
そりゃまあ
That's, well...
どうやったらあんなひでえことができるのかちょっと想像はつかねえけどよ。
It's hard to imagine how they did something that awful.
でもあそこはバラ庭園の倉庫だぜ。
But that was the Rose Garden storehouse,
きっ
right?
と中に妙な道具とかがいくらでもあっただろ
I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in
う。
there.
わかんねえけどよ。例えば電の子とかグラインダーとかそんな
Let's say-
電動工具でも使ったのかもしれねえじゃないか。
they used some electrical tools like a grinder or an electric saw.
そう
It's kind of messed up. Humans with an S. I mean, there's many ways that these people could have been killed. Well, the same thing was also done to the servants in the parlor, so they didn't mention anything about there being any tools there, so kind of hard to imagine how that happened in there specifically.
それは
That's
その
じゃあバトラー
then Batara.
じい様が密室の書斎から消え去っていたのはどう説明するんだよ。
How do you explain grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room?
扉は封印されていたのにじい様は忽然と消え去ってたぜ。
Even though the door was sealed, grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right?
その話は劇中でも出ただろ。
He was hiding under the bed. We talked about that during the story
じ
too.
い様が何らかの方法を使えばレシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。
It's not impossible that grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt.
あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて、夏日おばさんが窓を内側から施錠した可能性もある。
It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down, and on Nazi he locked the window from the inside.
別に魔法を使わなくたって他にもいくつか手は思いつくだろうぜ。
I could think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic.
それはそうだけどよ。
That makes sense, but
ならバトラ君、
in that case, Batara-kun,
僕のお母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのはどう説明するんだい？
how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? Now that one is a tricky one. I have no idea. He had a launch pad that sent him through the roof, maybe? Maybe they have teleporters.
扉には鍵もチェーンもかかってた。
Hey, maybe they used a teleporter for that one too. Who knows? Anything is possible. Just don't believe in witches. The door was sealed by the lock and the
無論
chain.
窓もね。
Naturally, the window was sealed too.
どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
How do you think a human could have killed my parents?
まあ
Well,
確かにそのトリックは劇中でも保留になったままだったな。
we did have to leave that trick alone during the story.
とにかく犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高いからな。
Anyway, there's at least a good chance the culprit had a key.
チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。
And it was possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed. So what if they all killed each other, though? What if... Okay, crazy theory. The first murder, what if Shannon killed all of them and then killed herself in the end? Because she was, like, one of the only people who had, like... I think she had half her face off, right? Can we still see that? Yeah. Yeah. So maybe she didn't do a good job at, like, smashing in her own face or anything. And then, what if Hideyoshi was killed in the bathroom, and then Eva just laid down on the bed and did the same thing to herself? And then... I'm really trying. Who was next? And then we had Kanon. Oops, wrong one. They look so similar. He could have stabbed himself in the chest. Possible. Well, Kinzo just took a little nap in the incinerator. Not that big of a deal. And then we have these guys. So let me look at them. Well, fuck. Maybe they did a better job. Kumasawa looks the least destroyed, so maybe she was the one. And then, you know, maybe she did really shoot herself. It all makes sense, doesn't it? Bashing her own face in. Maybe. As if there was no struggle. I mean, she could have, you know... Yeah, that makes sense. You know, she could have killed herself. Maybe she was, like, bewitched. And she just did that to herself. And her hands just fell down and she just looked like she was sleeping. It's fine. Their faces just did that. I wanted to go to the Maldives by herself. Yeah, he took a nap. He was tired from this bullshit. Maybe Genji, Kumasawa, Nanja just agreed to stand in a circle and shot each other. But they had the spear thingy. It wouldn't be possible to stab someone through the head by hand. I mean, it's not impossible. I'm sure there's someone strong enough to be able to do that. Maybe they just suddenly got like inhuman strength or something. I don't know, man. I'm trying to make it make sense. That's the only way that these locked room murders could have taken place. If they were done by the people inside the rooms themselves, right? It makes the most sense. I don't remember if I read this. Anyway.
非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はあり得るな。
Inhuman strength, like by magic. By working out. By being buff as hell. I know this is a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack.
いや、あるいはその隙間から何かを出したとか。
Like maybe they stuck something through it?
確かにチェーンってのはえらいシンプルだが、密室を構成するでかい要素だな。
Well, even though a door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed
だ
room.
が、密室トリックなんておよそやり尽くされてるんだ。
Still, there's probably some closed room trick they could have used.
そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃ、どうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。
If you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that fit perfectly.
とにかく、俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ、人間にできないことはないだろうって断言できる。
Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim that there's nothing humans can't do if they try hard enough.
それはひどい暴論じゃないかい？
Isn't that argument horribly irrational?
説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんてめちゃめちゃだよ。
It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something even though you can't explain how.
何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。
Why is that ridiculous?
兄貴たちは何を思考停止してんだよ。
Why did all of you stop
一
thinking?
見できなさそうに見えても、どうせできるんだよ。
Even something that looks impossible has to be
これ
doable.
がお約束ってもんだろうが。
Doesn't it always work like that?
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。
I mean, isn't it the same for like those magic shows people put on? You think, oh my god, they really can perform magic. And then it's just some tools that they use to specifically like mess with the audience and stuff. Device through the crack or another hiding under the bed operation like the Kinzo theory. Go read books, yeah. Oh yeah, there's some books that were said to have inspired Umineko or have similar themes. I haven't read any of them yet, though. Batara, you're the one being ridiculous.
人間にできるってんなら説明してみろよ。
If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how.
できねえだろ？
You can't, can you?
できなきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。
And you're okay with saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it?
その論法で言っちまったら、世界中の未解決事件は全部魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit.
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。
Batara, you're sidestepping the issue, and you aren't explaining anything.
マリアたちは人間にはできない。
We're saying a human couldn't have done
だ
it.
から人間じゃない存在が犯人。
Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't a human.
それが魔女だとそう言っている。
That something is a witch.
なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。
And yet, you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible, even though you can't explain anything.
まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。
It's almost like humanity was during the Dark
地
Ages.
球が回ってるはずがない。説明はできないけど、宇
Like those fools who claimed the heavens spun around the earth.
宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者のよう。
Those who said the earth couldn't be spinning, even though they couldn't explain why.
なんだか気に入らねえ論法だが。
I feel like Batara would be a flat earther. Wait, does that make me a flat earther if I agree with Batara? God damn. kind of argument kind of pisses me off.
つまりお前らはこう言いたいのかよ。
This is basically what you're trying to say.
人間に可能だと説明できないなら、
If I can't explain how a
犯人が魔女。
human could do it,
ベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことかよ。
then I must accept that the culprit is a witch?
そこまで押し付けているわけではありません。
It's not like we're forcing you to go that
た
far.
だ、バトラ様が何を根拠にそのような世まい事を言い出すのかと思いまして。
We were just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense.
よまいごとって。
Nonsense?
なあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？
Hey, have I really been saying something that weird just now?
おかしいのは俺なのか？
Am I the one who's crazy?
さっきから不愉快だぞ。
You guys are really starting to freak me out.
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時、ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺さ
Gaslit,
れ
I
ていま
can't
す。
believe this. Batara-sama, when I died in that boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist.
それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？
Can you explain how a human could have done that?
あの時、18人の所在は全員がはっきりしていました。
At that time, the locations of the 18 were well
にも
known.
かかわらず、
Even so, I was
僕は
killed.
殺されて、
その件も
I'm sorry, Kanon.
劇中で言ってるぜ。
We talked about that in the story as well, right?
例えば熊沢のばあちゃんだ。
Kumasawa Ba-chan, for
カノン
example.
君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は嘘かもしれねえ。
She said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not.
一緒にボイラー室に入って不意をついてぶっすり行っちまったのかもしれね
For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by
え。
surprise.
あるいはボイラー室に踏み込むと何かのトラップが発動して例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。
Or maybe when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap, one that might have been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks.
何しろ焼却炉からはじいさまの遺体の悪臭だ。
After all, the stink of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator.
必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから仕掛けだけ施せば犯人はその場を離れカノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Kanon-kun's death to create an alibi. He's not wrong! He does say a lot of weird stuff, but he's making sense right now. 0.5 brain cells. No! I don't know. I kind of agree with Batara. There's no, 100% proof that Beato is really a witch. She does exist, but is she a witch? I'm not sure.
ボイラー室のトラップってどんなのですか？
You talk about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be?
そうだよ。
That's right.
あの後、すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。
Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room.
でもそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
But we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we?
さようです。
That is correct.
バトラ様、どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
Batara-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with?
いや、それはわからね
Well, I don't know that.
え。でも、とにかく何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいは誰かが嘘をついて。
But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap, or maybe someone's lying.
こうも考えられるぜ。
Or what about this?
そもそもあれはカノン君の自作自演だったとかな。
Kanon-kun, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? Kind of funny because I was thinking the same thing. What if they were all play acting? Just to mess with Batara? I mean, they did say that it was kind of like a stage play at the end, so what if they were all part of it? They're all in on it. They're all trying to gaslight him.
そうだ。自作自演だ。
To get him to join the family, willingly, happily. That's it, you were play
ユ
acting.
おばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。
Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play
自
acting.
分で密室を作り死んだふりをした。
They made the closed rooms themselves, and were only pretending to be dead.
バトラ、お前、さっきから頭、大丈夫か？
Batra, has your head been, feeling okay? trying. Everyone was in on it.
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか？
Should I bring some cold drinks?
そこまで荒れみの目で見られるほど妙なことは言ってねえだろ。
Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right?
俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。
I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think of it all as a trick.
それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
Look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery stories to have one of the victims just be playing dead? Let's not talk about that one.
お約束って？
Classic trick.
つまりだ。
In other
カノン
words,
君が殺された時、確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。
when Kanon-kun was killed, we knew for sure where all of the rest of us were.
そして、熊沢のばあちゃんも嘘はついてないとする。
And let's assume that Kumasawa Ba-chan wasn't lying.
でも、それは生存者だけの話だ。
But that's only counting the survivors.
もし、死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり、姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、全ては説明できる。
What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so we'd lose track of them, and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained. Huh?
つまりエヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか？
So are you trying to say that Aunt Eva or one of the others was the culprit?
でもおばさんたちの死亡については南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm all of their deaths as a doctor? He was also in on it! He is getting grilled. I feel so bad for him. He's just trying his best. Hello, Zero. Welcome in.
そうです。
But to answer your question, the seagulls did cry. Supposedly. We didn't hear it, but they did. That's right.
南條先生は全ての犠牲者について確認しています。
Dr. Nanjo checked all of the
も
victims.
しバトラ様の説を採用するなら、南條先生も犯人ということになりますか？
Batara-sama, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too?
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, that's right.
南條先生が犯人の一味で、嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ、話は変わってくるぜ。
Want to consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes.
ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
See, that's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it? I think everything they're saying is wrong. All of it is wrong.
でも南條先生も殺されたよ。
Dr. Nanjo was also killed, right?
と、それはだな。
About that.
そうさ。南條先生は偽装師なんだ。
That's right. Dr. Nanjo faked his death.
何しろ、南條先生以外に検視ができる奴はいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況下だ。
After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway.
本当に脈が止まってるかなんて、のんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。
We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse.
この論法なら、死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
With this theory, any of the dead people could have been walking around.
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。
Oh my god, there's already gonna be the next ad break. This did not take me 50 minutes as I was hoping for it to be. I know that it takes longer since I'm reading it out loud, but it's almost been 45 minutes. You actually did hear it in the background during the credits, right? Oh yeah, no, we did hear them. Yeah, you're right. I didn't remember them talking about theories for this long, man. It's okay. We can finish this. It's fine. I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. Oh my god, I tabbed out on accident.
だってシャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
That's okay. I assumed it wouldn't take that long either. After all, the shutter was closed and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside.
そうだぜ。その鍵は母さんが預かった。
That's right. Mom was holding on to that key.
じゃあ母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
So, was Mom one of the culprits too?
いやいや
Everyone is a culprit! Wait a sec.
最初の6人は無理そうだがエヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ
Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Aniki's parents, the door was only locked on the
な
outside.
ら内側から開けられるし
So they could have opened it from the inside.
そうさ俺たちが部屋を出た後窓から飛び出してボイラー室に先回りしたとか
That's right. After we left the room, maybe they jumped out of the window and got to the boiler room first. That's crazy.
苦しいか
That is maybe a little bit too much of a stretch. Which is hard. Oh yeah, I have heard of that one. I do want to play that one actually. It's really good, I think.
あるいは南條先生も検視を誤ったとかな
Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses?
ほら自分でも言ってたぜ
Look, he said it himself, right?
検視は誤診率が高いとかって
He said there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses.
うまく偽装したとか身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ
If you disguised it well enough or prepared a substitute body, you could fake your own death.
方法やトリックはこれから考えるとしてとにかく19人目を否定することはそう難しいことじゃないんだ
Let's leave the method or trick they used for later. And you see, it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed, right?
ましてや魔女
Much less a witch, right?
それだけは断じてありえない
At least that much is completely impossible.
バトラがさっきからなんで堅くなにみんなの中に犯人がいるようにしたいのかわかんない
I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit.
つまりバトラは親族の誰かを疑いたいんだよね
In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives.
そういうわけじゃね
That's not
え
it.
ただ安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし仮にいたとしてもそれは人間だって見地から話を構築すべきであって
It's just, I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed. And even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. I mean, he did literally hear her laugh, so... And he was pointing his gun at her. So I think it is safe to say that she exists, but is she a witch? Do witches actually exist? I don't know. Maybe, probably, a little bit? What about the why? For fun.
それら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女だろって話をしたいんだ
I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation, at the very end after everything else has been disproved.
魔女なんているわけないだろ
There's no way witches exist, right?
なんでさっきからみんなは魔女が犯人ってことでひょいひょい納得したがるんだ
Why has everyone been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch?
そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ
I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer.
でもそれでごまかしちまっていいのかよ
But is it okay to let that fool you?
あれだけ大勢を殺した憎き犯人を見つけ出したいとは思わねえのかよ
Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people?
兄貴だって両親の仇を見つけたいだろ
Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents?
ジェシカだってカノン君の仇をそしてカノン君だってシャノンちゃんの仇を見つけたいだろ
Jishka, don't you want to avenge Kanon-kun? And also your parents. And Kanon-kun, don't you want to avenge Shannon-chan?
シャノンちゃんだって自分を殺したのが誰なのか知りたいはずだ
Shannon-chan, you should at least want to know who it was that killed you.
なんでこうパーンと全面降伏して魔女が犯人ってことになっちまうんだよ
Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch?
お前らさっきから何なんだ
What's wrong with all of you? The foolish and short-tempered Batara tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Batara's mistake. You fool. You fool! How much longer is this gonna go on for, by the way? Because I think I gotta leave. I have to leave sometime soon, so... it feels like this is gonna go on for a little bit longer? It's the end? Not much longer. Okay. I feel like a prisoner. Beato's holding me prisoner in this game.
呆れてるんだよ。
I'm shocked.
バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返しては何かを分かったような気になってるだけ。
All I see is you're repeating this nonsense, thinking you've figured something out, Batara.
だから
You'll want to finish this? Okay. All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, Batara. So?
それで
What's next?
人間にどうやって
How would a human do it?
具体的には
In practical terms, I mean.
そう聞くと決まってバトラは今は思いつかないけどとか何かの仕掛けでとか抽象的な言葉で逃げたりお茶を濁したり
I imagine you'll say, I just can't think of anything now, or with some kind of device, using abstract words to run away and evade the topic.
むしろ知りたいよバトラ
What I really want to know, Batara, is this.
どうしてベアトリーチェを信じないのいるのにどうして
Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe?
いねえからだよ。
Because she doesn't exist.
魔女なんかいね
Witches don't exist.
え。いるわけがね
There's no way. It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. I have theories, but I want to keep them to myself for now. Did I read that even? It was almost like a child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed in around Batara, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきりだだっこのわがままだぜ。
You realize that you're acting just like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right?
バトラ様お気持ちはわかりますが
Batara-sama, I understand your feelings, but
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃるのです。
I think I know what you want to say. I don't know, do you? I was like thinking about how they all in the end, they were like, oh, I don't want to choose the gold or whatever, because I don't remember the wording, but they were like choosing people to revive and stuff like that, you know? And we don't know if Batara was accepted or not, but he didn't choose anyone. And it makes me think that, does he just simply not love anyone to like wanna revive them? And like it was also talking about like, oh, the love that was lost will be revived or like restored or something. And he maybe just doesn't have anyone he truly loves. And therefore he can't believe that Beato exists because believing in her would prove that the love that Kinzo had for her is real. I don't know, man. I'm trying to make it make sense. He didn't acknowledge the witch, so she didn't let him into the Golden Land. I mean, it wasn't specifically stated, was it? It was just like, oh, will she let him into the Golden Land or not? And yeah, okay, but like, it wasn't specifically stated. I don't believe it yet. Never got there, so he couldn't choose. Okay, maybe I'm reading too much into the words that weren't spelled out for me. I'm trying.
バトラ君、どうして信じないんだい？
Batara-kun, why don't you believe?
これほどまでに状況証拠は揃ってるのに。
Even though there's so much proof. He died and refused to acknowledge the witch. Yeah, but it didn't say that Beato didn't let him into the Golden Land specifically. Unless I forgot about it, in which case, ignore what I'm saying.
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて。俺はそんな論法は認めねえ。
I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain it.
どうして電球が明るくなるのか。仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことになるのか？
Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause?
違うだろ。
That's wrong, isn't it?
魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど存在しない。
There's nothing that can't be explained without
魔
magic.
女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。
All of this about witches and magic is just abdication of thought.
兄貴たちは
Stop my own
わから
viewers.
ねえ事件に屈服して降参しただけなんだ。
You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened.
そうだろ。
Isn't that right? You fool!
やっぱり
Well,
バトラだけはどうしても信じないね。
unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone won't believe no matter what, Batora.
誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。
If even a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't
だ
occur.
からバトラのその猛獰な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ奇跡が魔法が完成しないんだよ。
So, if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the miracle, the magic won't be completed.
なるほどな。ようやく一端が見えてきたぜ。
Now I see. I finally figured it out.
つまりお前らは俺に魔女様は存在するって言わせたいんだろ。
So, in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say the witch exists, right?
全員が認めた嘘は真実になる。
A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth.
そういうこったろ。
Is that what this is all about?
あいにくだな。
I'm so sorry.
ここばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然ダメだぜ。お断りだ。
I'm so sorry I keep going on about this, but what you're doing is all useless. I refuse.
お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
You guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless. It's like you're told not to do something, and therefore you do it more. It's the same for him. You're told to do something, and therefore you don't do it. You don't believe. It's the same for me. Yeah, it was the implication that he won't be let in, and I guess I just left it up to interpretation since the game never specifically told me that he didn't get in. But yeah.
ふん。どうして？
Why?
悪いが、最後の最後で、もう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。
Sorry, but why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time?
魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら、一番簡単な方法があるはずさ。
If you want to force me to accept that there is a witch, there's a really easy way.
それは、人間にはできないから魔女なんていう遠回しな方法じゃない。
And it's not the indirect way of saying it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it.
魔女が魔法でやってみせた。それを俺に見せるだけの話なんだ。
All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic.
さらにだ。
Get her in here.
さっきマリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。
Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what'll really dig her grave.
誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きないってな。
You said that even if one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur.
真の奇跡は誰が信じようと信じまいと勝手に起こる。
But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. Real!
たとえ俺一人が信じなかったとしてもだ。
Even if I alone don't believe.
だからこそ俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法もそして魔女も嘘っぱちだってわけさ。
So any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. He's not wrong. But that I wouldn't have survived Higurashi? He wouldn't have. The uneasy mood following Batara's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Oh, she finally got a appear? Was that the first instance of it's all useless, or did he say it previously in this chapter? I don't remember. He said it countless times. He doesn't have enough whimsy in his heart. Exactly. Whose laugh? Batara was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at Joji and Jeshika, at Shannon and Kanon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent.
Beatrice!
Yeah, we see her! Finally! Finally! Oh, she's so beautiful! Look at her! It's her! in the flesh. Oh, that expression is so cute. Look at her. Beautiful. Hello. Miggle's barking. Arf, 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 arf. I love her. I don't know anything about you, but I love you. You look so cool. We're all remembering this way shorter. Does it go on for much longer after this? Maybe a good stopping point then. Yeah, I was thinking that if it goes on for much longer than this, I might just leave it at the beautiful Beato entrance. I think that might be for the best. Since there's also an ad break here anyway, I think it might be okay. Halfway point. Okay, I'm gonna leave the rest for Sunday then. I think this is a good stopping point. We get to see her! I'm so happy. This was worth it. Playing like fucking almost an hour more. Actually, it's been an hour more since I said we'll just play a little bit of this. Okay. Let me see who I can raid before the ads start and you will be stuck in ad break. That'd be so sad. Oh, Mori. Okay, Mori is live. We'll raid her. It's playing Elder Scrolls 5. The Skyrim I don't know. Special edition. There's many words in that title. But yeah, thank you for joining me. It was very fun as per usual. And I look forward to continuing this on Sunday since we finally get to see her. I'm so happy about that. Yeah, it was a good tea party. But yeah, thank you for being here. Lark, Amadis, Austin, Skip, Fita, Latai, Miggles, Trace, Costco, Fifth Lord of Sheep, and everyone else who stopped by. I hope you have a good weekend. And I'll see you on Sunday again. Goodbye.